Endpoint will probe for information towards A ramp at some point or another, but it may be too late. Pensioners are in a decent enough position to overwhelm and push Mighty Max out of the bomb site, in which case Endpoint will have to play for the retake. Mighty Max spots him, does know that it's likely a contact play in towards the A site, but Dom deals with him. Max jumps back up into the sight line and confused as to why he's done that when he saw the initial pressure.
Yeah, he sees the info, he gets it, and he just falls back. Perfect, right? Re-peeking is the problem. Gives a good chance here to Pensioners into a 3v2. Paul starts to make his way back in towards the bomb site. JKM's holding off the window. Paul gets away his position with the smoke, but he separates the fight. And Robin and Paul still back themselves up. It's all on the JKM. A 1v2 with a Mac-10. And the defuse is coming through. There's the first kill. He peeks into the open, and Robin, he's off the bomb. JKM knows this. Going for the defuse again, but he's sticking it this time. And pros don't fake twice. It's JKM falling for it. And well, it will be another on the board for Endpoint, but they lose every player. So there's going to be rebuys across the board, but Pensioners coming so close to answering back again.
Yeah, the thing is with the buy now for Pensioners is that it's going to be fairly scrappy. They buy down to next to nothing, and everybody goes down, excluding Jacob. They don't recover any of the rifles, and look at and the buy in response from Endpoint, so much stronger.
Way stronger, right? But Jacob did build up a little bit of money there, and obviously the Endpoint's economy could be in a far greater position, so you got to take some sort of silver line out of that one for Pensioners.
Yeah.
Although they were so close to winning it, which is always the hard, bitter pill to swallow. But that is going to be Connor with a headshot. Doesn't even... I don't see him from Thomas's perspective.
Yeah, I mean, he's holding the crack angle, and it seems like Connor knows that that's a possibility. He's that's the second time he's been pre-aimed in that position, and Thomas has suffered as a result.
Well, Russ has been caught out of position once before. This is a bit of an open area, but he's going to peek into the open and finds the bomb, looking for the follow-up as the flashes are coming through. Mighty Max will assist. And the bomb is on the floor, but it's still a 2v3 here. Just as I say that, Connor's left alone. 11 HP, 1v3, and under a minute left to play with on the clock, as Connor will make his way back up towards the ramp, looking for a better weapon. A little bit too far into the open, though. Robin will spot him, and there's the kill. Only one bullet was needed. It's 3-1 here for Endpoint. Off to a good start on Vertigo after the initial pistol loss hiccup.
Yeah, very well-timed aggression there from Endpoint. You can see that that was the plan very early on. Russ gets that opening pick. The flash comes in immediately. So as he's about to take contact, he calls for it early. And if not for that flash, Max doesn't get that triple kill as well. Incredibly impactful with that piece of utility, and just providing support as well, just that Russ didn't get overwhelmed. Looking aggressively in towards teammate Shaney, though.
That smoke is always going to leave a little bit of a gap. You need to be aware of it, and Shaney is clearly aware of it. So he plays with it, gets himself a headshot, but it doesn't really matter when Robin's doing that. He finds 2 kills, Luz and Connor left alone into a 2v4. We can't really expect too much to come from this for Pensioners, but a couple of kills would be nice.
Yeah, of course, the strength of that CT side economy is something that cannot be overexpressed. Weakening up their buys for following rounds would make things a lot easier for them, but Robin has cut off this rotation from the ladder. Muzzle does cycle back to the Deagle to see if he can find this kill at range, but Robin's actually taking the very forward-facing fight. He's not hiding, he's not jiggle peeking, just standing right into the open. Could have played into Laz's hands, but he's not fancying his chances. And Thomas has crunched him in here.
Well, Lazar will be finished off by Thomas, and it's 4-1. Endpoint on the board looking strong, and we'll see if Pensioners can do anything about it. As finally they get a buy-in. It's going to be the AWP in the hands of Lazar on the T side of Vertigo. Utility is going to be there along with a Krieg in the hands of Soulcast. And actually, we've seen a lot of big plays from Soulcast. He actually made some of the best plays of the week previous with this weapon, so definitely a proficient player with the Krieg.
I think a proficient weapon with whatever weapon you give him is, Soulcast has been one of those consistent fraggers, but I think he needed to step away from the game for a while as a result of a hefty schedule.
Shaney seems to just want to keep abusing this gap in the smoke.
It does seem so. I mean, he just pushed past it this time, but...
Yeah, that's a bit risky. but he obviously has the info that no one's walked down the stairs. He got there before the CTs. And that's always the problem with B. If you waste any time, the CTs can get there all the way down the stairs by the time you walk around the corner.
And it's not like you couldn't line up a perfect smoke either. Usually teams as well throw a Molotov behind the other side just to make sure that if people do creep past, they at least take some damage.
I feel like it's on Dust too, you know, when the long cross, there's always going to be a small gap. But you need to just be aware of it. Still has to deal with it, and Lazza, he'll deal with Thomas. Headshot coming in. An advantage to play with on Pensioners.
Russ is still here on the bomb site. He's called for the rotation, and alongside Mighty Max, they doubled up well previously to prevent the push. This time not going to be able to deny the plant. The nade on through will do significant damage to Jacob, but Mighty Max has been taken down at a distance. The spam through the smoke is successful. Russ burns one alive. The second as well on Soulcast. He brings it to the 3-on-3, and now Connor is the first man to face for the side of Pensioners, but they look to hold on to the site.
Well, Russ, another kill coming his way. He's absolutely beasting him at the minute. He looks for another one, but Connor will drop him. It's a 1v2 for the Swede as Robin moves his way back in towards the bomb site. He'll be looking for the final two players, but the positioning is too strong from Connor, and he will find one for the Pensioners. So 4-2 on the board, a great haul from Russ, but it's just not enough in the end.
Yeah, and I suppose a bit of a mistiming there on the smokes from Pensioners, because one of them faded before the other. It gave Russ the opportunity to bring things back for the CT side, but just losing far too many numbers as they decide to fully commit forward. Pensioners doing a great job securing that ramp position and playing off the numbers of different angles and cover that you can utilize. Balancing as well the aggro between those two players meant that Endpoint had a tougher time to deal with it. You could see, well, you saw from the last round, Robin had a tough time. This time, in this round, he's been taken out immediately. Pensioners not making any sudden moves, however, towards these sites. Still waiting for the right opportunity to strike, and Endpoint could certainly mount some counter-aggression. Cheney's lurking as well, finding some space towards the B-bomb site. For now, he won't be spotted, no information given up. The flash to maybe prevent the push, but Endpoint don't really clear it.
Well, Mighty Max just sitting back on the bomb site. This is such a strong position because you can jiggle, get the info on the stairs peak, fall back into a better angle, throw a smoke, separate the fight, but it doesn't really matter if Soulcast just runs over the top of you.
Yeah, Soulcast is another one of those sort of effortless fraggers. There's quite a few of them in the UK scene. I usually look at the likes of Mezzy, Fry, Dom is one of them, certainly Thomas as well. They just have this incredible ability to find that opening pick and just continue to push space away from you.
And the thing was with Fry as well, just his facial expression makes it look like it's easy.
Yeah,
it's the same for everything.
His face muscles don't work that well. He just has...
Oh, no.
Oh, he's going to go for it.
Go for the knife. This is the play I want to see from Connor. There we go.
Goodbye.
Goes up behind Russ. Knife comes in. That's a lot of cash in the bank.
Yeah, stone cold there from Connor as he performs the nice little backstab, and Thomas doesn't even get away with his gun either. So Endpoint lose both of their saving weapons, one a little bit more severe than the other, and Endpoint have no money. So this is likely to be an equalizing affair for Pensioners, as if they can rely on those initial entries to go so well as punish any players looking for aggression over towards A ramp. You've seen Thomas get punished, you saw Robin as well in that round. If they continue to capitalize on that early aggression that the CT side are putting out, the Pensioners are on for a very good T-side half.
I mean, we aren't really seeing... Oh my, what is happening here? Standing on top of the sandbags, JK peeks around the corner, just a little bit confused perhaps. Doesn't quite take the shots, and he will be dropped by Robin just pushing through ramp. And that is kind of ridiculous. Pensioners realize it's a stack towards the A bomb site, so they walk on towards B, they get the bomb planted. And there's not much of a chance here for a retake for Endpoint, but if they can set up and just wait for mistakes from Pensioners, an overextension, a player fleeing the site, they can find a few more kills here.
Cheney playing around the edge of the smoke. This has been his toy so far on the T side, and continues to be so.
Yeah, on opposite sides as well.
Yeah.
Well, Mighty Max with Mac 10, it's been recovered. Doesn't really do a whole lot. Soulcast finishes him off.
Yeah, primarily just looking for damage here on the Endpoint side. Cheney is actually moving towards the one. Robin has the rotation out, but so many players there still spamming the angle, making sure they don't get taken down on the flank. But there's Pulse. Robin actually combines for the kill, and they've actually done so much damage here. Soulcast is the only survivor, but that's only pistols for Endpoint. That's so much more than they would have expected.
I love the way Endpoint played that, right? You have nothing, literally nothing. And you confuse JKM straight away at the start on the sandbags, you get that kill, and then you just continue to just cause problems, pushing in multiple players from multiple different angles. You just swarm them. And well, Endpoint, they'll be happy with that. They've caused a lot of rebuys here in Pensioners. That was a great chance for them to really build that economy exponentially, but it could start to crumble in future rounds based off of that play. Deep Smoke comes in, bit of a gap to play with this time for Connor. Doesn't spot anybody walking over just yet.
You can see Shaney's taking up the same
Like,
angle, like,
yeah.
this is my spot.
Yeah, it's my spot, go away.
Connor's hungry for the frag, though. He wants the repeat Prem repeat. Still holding the same angle. They're still holding the side of the smoke, but all the meanwhile over at A, Robin has found one on Luzza. Jacob is there to at least make sure Endpoint don't push the limits. Now they're happy with the one pick. Connor's down to low HP, 9 remaining, but Max has been dropped. Pulse up with the initial pressure on towards the A side. Shaney does so much damage, but he's still staying alive.
Oh
my! That pillar, but Shaney does track him down in the end, but there's still another trade over the other side of the map, and things are going well for the hold on the B bomb site.
Robin's position was filthy there, right? That should have been so strong. Doesn't even need to be called into position because his teammates doing such a great job on the B site. Pensioners left with 2 players, and are we even going to call Connor a full player at this point? 9 HP. It's going to be very difficult for him to have the impact. He'll start to play contact in towards the B bomb site. And Robin's still in that off angle, so you'd expect him to get at least 1 bullet off on towards Connor. So you kind of want Soulcast to walk in first here to sort of see what's going on. That would be perfect for him, but Connor's going to walk around the corner. That's the bullet from Robin, dropping him as the trade comes through from Soulcast. Russell finish off Soulcast back, and well, there's 5-4 on the board here for Endpoint, back into the lead.
Yeah, very spread out in the way that they were able to get those kills. I mean, Robin on that rotation was fantastic. Russ as well, both of them with Orgs in hand. And with Pensioners losing out on so many players from that anti-eco, they're now in a position where they don't have too much in the reserve. Soulcast is the only player that has money to buy up into the following round should they lose this one. And so this becomes a potential turning point here for the Endpoint side. If they can secure this one, they're looking at securing a bit more of a lead into this first half, and Russ will open things up.
An advantage over here on the Endpoint side. They love this B aggression. I like to see that they're consistent with it. We actually usually see a lot of aggression in towards the A ramp, but this is different. And while it's working, Mighty Max and Pulse taking the early picks. It's Shinny and Soulcast alone, and winning this is going to be so difficult. Even getting a few kills is going to be difficult with the way things are going.
Yeah, at the very least they still have the bomb, so Endpoint won't have a secure idea as to which of these sites is the target, but they're just around the edge of the smoke. He can't see him.
The feet. There we go. You can see the shoot.
Okay, now he's gone down to the... Yeah, okay.
He just didn't move. He literally didn't move at all.
He was so committed.
He was just, well, I'm holding this position till the second I die, and well, it will be a push up towards the B star as Robin peeks into the open. That's the right way to play. Don't re-peek. I mean, you can't really at this point. There's a Molotov up. Thomas able to assist Shinny. And well, there's the follow-up from Thomas. Good kills coming through. That'll be 6-4 on the board for Endpoint.
And you can see that Endpoint aren't playing as close up on these aggressive angles over at the A bomb site. Instead, they're sitting further back, more towards sandbags, and you can see why they're making that change, because...
yeah, and something interesting that happened is Astralis, they have a very different play style, right? They'll go everywhere and push everything on the map, but there is teams that play it slightly differently, and Optic, for instance, will play completely passive on the A bomb site and put aggression on towards B, whereas if you're a team like Astralis, will push everything. So there is different ways to play on the CT side here on Vertigo.
Shaney will look for the first opportunity again. This is his bread and butter, it seems. He's always in this position. He's always trying to make sure that Endpoint don't over-push towards the B side of things, but Max will do so nonetheless. The smoke secures as much, but Pensioners are grouped up outside of A, and Russ is the point of first contact there with the AUG.
I like this angle from Russ because you can sort of take that first kill. You can fall back and reposition towards the boost if you desire. You've also got the help of Thomas close by, who's looking for the frag on towards Soulcast. He's picked that up, and well, Pensioners are starting to fall apart here. Looking good for Endpoint at the minute. Shaney hits the deck. And well, Pensioners were contesting these rounds earlier, but it feels like Endpoint are starting to put the foot in the gas, really. Taking round after round, the aggressive setups are working in towards the B bomb site.
Yeah.
Passive setups are working on the A side.
Yeah, they're not quite peeking as early as well when that smoke goes down. Just making sure that they don't get punished by Shaney time and time again, but it doesn't seem to matter. Shaney isn't usually the one that dies first, but even though there might be initial pressure, it's really the A side of the map that's caused issues. Luzza will find a kill in towards middle. Robin looking to get a bit aggressive on that CT side, be a bit of disruption from the Pensioners setup. Jenny once again in the same position. This time looking for an opening duel, trying to push up the stairs, but Max just able to duck away in time.
Well, Pulse will lose his head to Shani, who's looking for a little bit more as he starts to come in towards the B bomb site. Smoke goes off, Molotov, should I say, goes off. Quite the opposite. Try and clear that angle, but Mighty Max just plays back on the default boxes. Got the crossfire with Thomas if needed. Flash comes through from Shani. He's just trying to get as close as possible, but there's so many angles to check on this B bomb site.
And he's being trusted to work it alone and keep these Endpoint players guessing. Keep them honest towards the B site, because if they make any movement, Shani would have called for the rotation right back. But with all the presence being made over at A, Endpoint realized that they're not going to have too much of a hope in the round. And so it's really just about holding onto these weapons, make sure that, as well, they deal with Shani, who's likely to try and hunt them down.
Yeah, Pensioners just dismantle Endpoint there on the A bomb site. I would like to see some A aggression. I think that's the way to play Vertigo. Yeah. I think that if you let them just sit back, if you initially start with sitting back in the A bomb site, shall I say, then you're at a back foot, because yes, initially when Vertigo was first added into the pool, you could do that because there was no crack in the wall. Yeah. The executes were just so strong that really there's no real way of contesting, and you just have to play retake. But I think it's different now with this with the changes to the A bomb site.
Yeah, and we've seen as well that players, there's a certain time you can get them on CT side just to like push up towards close A ramp. Like just around the corner, just before you get to that rafters position, there's a really close angle that you can play, and I think it is Astralis. You see, I think Glaives take up that position quite often, just rushing into their opponents, and they're none the wiser most of the time, just because the timing is so new.
As well with the sandbags peak, a lot of people are dropping behind the sandbags. They've got a crossfire with the player already pushed up in the ramp.
There's a small gap in the sandbags, right?
Yeah, there's a little bit of a gap on top. A lot of Oppers using it, but obviously as time goes on, that'll be checked. It'll be obviously countered. But it does take quite a bit of utility to get rid of one player there. A Molotov, a nade, a flash, perhaps.
Shani almost got an opportunity to start this round.
He's done the same thing every single round. I'd love to see Endpoint just like double flash and peek it. That would be incredible.
Or just like double nade that side of the round.
Yeah, just get him. You could damage him so easily from that position. He's just been so predictable. And his tendencies definitely should be made aware towards Endpoint. But Soulcast does drop Pulse. Kills him from Robin. It's going to be a 4v3 man advantage on the CT side as JKM looks to try and move in as the front man, but the flashbang goes right towards his face. The rest of the utility is being used up here from the T side as Connor heads his way into the smoke. They're just being punched in, but he spams with the smoke, and Thomas, the denial of the bomb pan, and the bomb actually rolls to his feet. So this is actually going so well for the Endpoint side and so awful for the Pensioners.
Veloce's just looking to
I love it.
Play on the knife's edge. He can't move really from this position. Can only strafe left. But Endpoint are happy that they've got the bomb down. They know that it's still there and exposed on the site. They have the sight lines. So as patient as Laza may be, I don't think this is going to quite work out for him. We'll see if he finds the timing. They may begin to second guess themselves. He might have been able to get away and flank them out.
Oh, yeah, that's not going to work for him. He just got triple P'd. Vastly different positions as well. 8-5, Endpoint already confirming themselves, you know, at least that one round lead moving into the second half. But obviously with the way things are going, it would be hard to see them not win at least one more.
And it's not as if Pensioners have seen too much success going for executes. They've been playing very default-oriented, they found opening picks, and they've been able to convert those into a few round wins, but the only execute we've really seen bear any fruit was the pistol round for them.
I mean, that's what you got to expect from this Endpoint team, right? For this Pensioner side, shall I say, is no practice. Just got to have to be default. Executes are not going to be well horsed. And while there's going to be Thomas taking one kill, Pulse able to find the follow-up. And we're into a 3v3, so Pensioners with the initial kills. It's not looking so great for them at the minute, as Pulse will take two, gets a little bit greedy and will fall to his death. It's going to be a 2v2 stalemate as Thomas peeking, trying to find the info, but takes some damage, a slap on the wrist as he falls back in towards middle.
Yeah, all while Soulcast was taking those duels, Jacob is taking ground towards the A site. He's trying to secure this so that the bomb can make its way safely into position, but Endpoint will have the information to play off of. Noise is made, Russ is in position, he has the AWP in hand, and he'll get the first kill. Jacob, the space creator here for Pensioners, is taken out of the round, but now with it being a 2 versus 1, Endpoint will look to play it a little bit more passively. The high ground advantage for Thomas. Had he peeked, Soulcast may not have been expecting it.
Well, 1v2, Soulcast, he goes for the fake, but they know where his position is. He's going to move aggressively. Russ not looking the right way, but flicks back, just coming down to timing, and the wall protects him. And they know exactly where Soulcast is not. He still has the bomb in his hands. He'll tap. He'll stick it this time. He starts to swarm in towards the position. Thomas has the angle. They nearly line up for him. But he will only get the 1 kill. It's going to be Endpoint on the board with their 9th.
That was so close to being the type of round that Dom wins.
Yeah.
That could really have changed things. Like, momentum-wise, pacing, I mean, that gets the motivation up as well if you come out ahead in a clutch like that. But as well, missing that opportunity on Russ. If he had found that initial frag, Thomas was low HP as well.
It comes down to the fact that Russ is crouching around the corner.
Yeah.
If he's standing, you get the lineup with 2 players there. Really unfortunate stuff. Good attempt though into the clutch. It's going to be 9-5. However, his Endpoint showing no signs of stopping. It's going to be a fast play from Shinny. And, well, it was enthusiastic. And sometimes enthusiasm works. Sometimes it gets you killed.
Yeah, didn't even move his mouse. He was fully flashed up, just like, yeah, this is my life.
Yeah, well, I'm going with it. I've started and might as well try and finish it. Paul's just going so aggressive, finding 4 kills. This is incredible so far, but JKM is alone inside of middle. So getting the ace might be a little bit difficult, but good play nevertheless. 4 kills come his way. And Pensioners, it looks like they will be falling to a 10-5 half here.
Yeah, their Endpoint players are grouping themselves up. They know exactly where Jacob is, and he's about to be flanked from behind. Almost comes out ahead, but Thomas finally nails in the frag, and that is double digits for Endpoint. That is considering they lost the pistol as well, they seem to get a firm grip once they got into proper weapons.
Yeah, that's a great half from Endpoint. They should be very happy with that. Now we get to see what they're in mid of on the T side, and actually, this is kind of strange. So you think at home that 74% of you think that Pensioners are going to win. It's not looking good at the minute.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to hit X here.
Yeah,
that's
so
a doubt for me.
Yeah, if you guys are on the Endpoint hype train, head over to Twitter, and at ESL UK you can interact with the polls.
Yeah, because that is,
and maybe have a more accurate say. So use hashtag ESL Prem over on Twitter.
Yeah, I can't tell if people are just trying to throw in a wild statistic, you know, trying to.
It's like that one edgy guy, right?
Yeah, he's just like, oh, yeah, Pensioners have this every day of the week. Vertigo. Home soil advantage.
Yeah, that's exact. Well, Pensioners, we've seen them pug on it, you know.
Yeah.
They've got it. Didn't really work for them too well. Endpoint started off well on the CT side and continued it. It was a different setup. I mean, it wasn't exactly what I was expecting or hoping to see from Endpoint. I mean, the B aggression was different. I kind of liked it. I mean, it worked against Pensioners. If it'll work against better teams, I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think that we'll see quite the same procedures from Pensioner's CT side, but they'll be as aggressive, right?
Yeah.
That's what you would expect to see, because one, they're down coming into this half, so the pistol round is crucially important, but every round subsequent as well, just to bridge that initial gap, will be incredibly pivotal. And so you look to these individuals that can have these high performances to really step up.
Ooh, well, they check Luz's position here in the sandbags. It's a position that's quite obvious, but a lot of people don't check it. So Luz could be in a very strong position right here. They start to move past him. They're not going to check him. This is going to be a kill for Luz, surely, but the flashbang's in. They're letting them just walk on towards the site. Plank coming through. Oh my god, he doesn't get a single kill from that. No. And that is ridiculous. They line up, but it's just... he's protecting his teammate with his body, essentially. And that's what happens to the USP with the body armor. Is Soulcast, a 1v4. They're all so low. Winning this is possible, but it's definitely not going to be easy. Bomb planted. They're all back on the ramp. And Soulcast is taking his time. I think he realizes there's not much of a chance here. So he'll heal back off, save the kit in the smoke. And if you're Luzza, that's one of those situations where you punch your desk, all the keys go flying all over the place, the monitor turns off, yeah, you're done.
Yeah, he could have lined up 3 kills, instead he gets nothing.
Yeah, the flashbang was the most frustrating part there, right?
That is heartbreaking. Because he was in such a great position. Even though Endpoint had a Molotov as well, they didn't deploy it sandbags because, again, like you said, it's a common position, but nobody expects the common one sometimes. Yeah,
it's like that, the boost they also have on top of the A site in the corner. It seems like the team plays that every pistol, but no one checks it still. It's because you've got so many other angles to worry about, right? And they're not really on your high priority because, well, it's obvious no one's going to be playing it, are they?
And that's why it's so utility-centric as well, this map, because, like you said, there's so many angles to clear as you make your way onto any of these bomb sites, really. Especially having to navigate from the low ground to the high ground, you have to look at different points of elevation as well.
Similar angle on a different map is probably that boost on Inferno and CT spawn on the wall. You know, so obvious, but people still don't check it. You have so many other angles to think about. It doesn't really pop into your head. So this is looking good for Endpoint. 11-5. I was expecting a much closer affair. We'll see if Pensioners can get back into it, though. It's still relatively early days.
Yeah. Of course, Soulcast still has the kit, the smoke, the flash as well, so he can maybe find an opportunity. I mean, going for one in the initial stages is great for Pensioners. Not having invested anything into this round, if they can get a few more kills, keep economy somewhat low on the side of Endpoint, that would be great, but it doesn't seem like they'll have the chances. Soulcast has got his hands on an AK, but his idea is probably to just save this into the next round, because one-shot headshot potential, sure he could buy up the M4, but then he'd be missing out on some utility, which of course he still has some.
Oh, he's going to do that.
He needed to, I think he did need to make a choice, because he was trapped between both sides. So he decided to pick one of the lesser evils, but Russ was lying in wait.
Should have probably got that kill, to be fair to him.
Probably.
Looked okay. Unlucky, the in-punch does come in, and, well, sometimes the easier shots are the hardest ones to hit. 12-5, 4 away here, Endpoint from taking away Vertigo, and ending the series with a win. We'll see if Pensioners can get back into it. Flashbang goes through, Thomas again aggressive towards ramp. On T side, this is where Thomas is so fun to watch.
Yeah, he got punished for aggression from the CT side of things, looking to mirror what his opposition was doing. Initial kill is good for Endpoint. Robin looking for a bit of space as well. Has an idea that they could be up close and on that boost towards the B bomb site.
Ooh.
Robin creeps under him, but Connor finds the timing. He's out at the perfect opportunity.
Robin can be a very annoying player, so it's good that Connor's got his number at the minute. Thomas able to pick up Loza as they start to run in. Soulcast looks to line up too, but only gets the 1 kill. So it's a 3v2, man advantage for Endpoint. As Russ gets the bomb plant, Endpoint looking in control at the minute, and there's that gap we were talking about. It's so strong, it's unbeatable really, as Mighty Max will drop Shinny, and it's all onto Connor. The Prem VP from last week has to shine tall, and he has got a 1v2 here. He's looking for the headshot towards Russ. He's picked him up, looking for the follow-up, but Mighty Max will finish him off. And he will get the creek here as well. So 13-5, 3 away here for Endpoint.
Yeah, and Endpoint got into post plant so quickly there. I mean, you could tell how caught off by that angle they are, because you don't expect to have to deal with that on the CT side of things. Instead, like you were saying, I mean, it's such an impossible angle to clear out when you're having to make your way through. Max takes full advantage of that, and it's going to have to be pistols. Pensioners need a round, a miracle round like this to be successful if they want a lifeline into this game, it feels like.
Well, Robin, oh no, how did he still get that kill? JKM looked like he was in a great position to deal with that, but Endpoint just walking over the top of them at the minute. Luckily, Connor gets that aggression going, so he gets into the corner. Pulse wasn't really ready for it. Once bitten, twice shy, though. I'm sure that position will not be neglected any further as Thomas gets another. Robin able to back him up, and it's all onto Loza, alone with a P250 in this world, and it's not a great world for Loza to be in.
It takes a bit of damage there falling.
I mean, it is the fastest route, right?
Definitely not the safest. That's a workplace hazard, but Robin makes sure he has a happy little accident. So 14 for Endpoint. I mean, this is a pretty dominant showing so far. I mean, only 4 rounds elapsed into the half, and so there's still chances for Pensioners, but those are quickly fleeting. Only 2 more before Endpoint dial this in as a map win. Move up to a position in which they would be contesting the top of the standings. Of course, there's still the Endpoint Fierce game to figure out as well. We'll see if Pensioners can do something now that they're on proper rifles. It has to be here, has to be now. Connor gets the first. The secondary AWP of Jacob has been taken down. A quick trade as Robin again is alone here in towards middle, but look at the counter aggression, the counter boost here from Shaney. They might just catch this out, but he turns for it. He clears it out. Thomas gets the double entry all the meanwhile, and they had the advantage to start off this round, but everything else has gone Endpoint's way.
Yeah, it's falling apart. I don't think it was very well built up to start with, to fall apart. It's kind of didn't really get there at all. They didn't follow the Lego instructions.
I mean, if you've ever built an IKEA shelf, you know, they've got about 12 different pegs that all look kind of similar.
I've went with Lego and you've went with IKEA shelves. I think we're on 2 different levels, you mean.
Listen, I mean, I'm thinking about furniture right now. I could use a new shelf. Just can't be bothered to build it myself.
Put it on a wish list on Amazon. So I'm sure someone out there will get you it.
I certainly hope so.
Well, Connor, he will be finished off. It's going to be map point for Endpoint. A lot of points in there, but we'll see if Endpoint can take it over the line. Yeah, I've got AKs into this. Pensioners, it's a buy, but it's not much of a buy.
It's, yeah, this isn't good. I mean, a P90, we talk about exciting weapons, you know, the fan favorite guns. We saw the dualies reign supreme in one of the top plays. Maybe the P90 strikes. Maybe Connor gets his placement on the, and a shout out on the ESL UK Twitter by having a great play here.
I mean, it's not something we see too often, is it, the P90?
Hopefully not too much more either.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't. Yeah, you kind of don't want him to do all of it. Let's see if Pensioners can stay alive. Is Shinny able to pick up a headshot on towards Pulse? Man advantage there for the Pensioners. But can they keep it up? Endpoint starting to put a little bit more pressure in towards A. It's Thomas leading the charge. Smoke begins to fade, but he moves back instead of going forward. JKM will take his teammate away. And so far, so good for the Pensioners.
Yeah, Thomas is looking to bait out a reaction, something over towards the A-bomb site. Russell, in the meantime, has been working his way up, but he tags him ever so slightly. Yeah, that's nowhere near enough damage to threaten him. Does get taken down and traded back by the P90 of Connor. So, I mean, so far so good for Pensioners. They've been able to find these isolated fights. Max will finally get an opening pick, and Thomas combines in tandem.
No way!
Oh, Max, how do you spin around in time? Luzza should have you dead to rights every day of the week, but a quick adaptation. Thomas has pushed it forward.
2 HP on both players. 2 HP on both of the remaining players here on Endpoint. Shinny has a real chance here. He looks for the kill. There it is on the Mighty Max, looking for the follow-up, but Thomas has got it, and that is absolutely mental from Endpoint. That recovery is unbelievable.
It's a 2 versus 5. How do you let that slip away? I mean, it hasn't been the best of performances. You find your way back into the game. Sure, it had to be so many in a row, but I mean, you have to hit those shots.
You have to. Mighty Max, he was hitting his shots for sure. That flick up towards the boost boxes is unbelievable.
But, I mean, that's the second time we saw Luzza miss a pretty big opportunity to just kind of close out the round. Pretty shy performance from him overall, in fact, in that map. So, I mean, not the best of days, it seems, but great win for Endpoint.
Looking overall, though, for Endpoint, they had so many great players stepping up. It was really difficult to call the best player from it, wasn't it? And of course, you can have your say of the best player of the match if you head over to our social media as well, and you can have your say in the polls. But this, obviously, we had some incredible players coming in, but we've got more coming up later today, Yumi. We've got more games coming up, so we're going to go to a short break, and when we return, we'll have the rest of the matches for you.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Hello and welcome back to the ESL Premiership. We've got some incredible teams coming up, some great UK teams, and we just had a bit of a stomping, a 16-5 coming in for Endpoint, and they were looking hot. I'm joined here on the desk by Yumi, and we've got our second match coming right up. And this, again, should be a good one on paper, but we've said that about the previous matchup, and it didn't really go that way.
Yeah, I mean, there were opportunities, right? Pensioners looked like they had a firm grip of how to approach their T side. You know, things were looking good. Shaney was getting some nice opening picks, and then things kind of crumbled from there. And so hopefully the second game delivers and being a little bit more closely knit. I mean, you've got some pretty capable players in the server, but both of them do need to prove as a team to be able to perform and be able to perform up against similar sort of leveled opposition.
Yeah, so Diabolus obviously at the start of the season lost their best players. They lost Deos, they lost Shine, and this team have the potential to do a lot, right? They've come so close in a lot of their matches, and they've just been so unfortunate that they haven't won any.
Yeah, and you have returning players like Capers, who was once a part of Fierce a long time ago. Then you have Mr. Hoy joining, that came from CEX, also kind of a limited tenure there, and wasn't always the best performer for the side either. But the newest and kind of greenest addition is Troy V7, who I'm not sure if that's how he pronounced his name 100% of the time, but that's what we've been going with.
I mean, it's the most simplistic way of saying it, right? I always hate names like that, but we'll go with it. Troy V7, it's perfect. I'm just going to go with that as well,
I've got a number in my name too, so I'm equally as confusing.
So we've got Enslauti, Mr. Hoy, Capers, and Troy V7. So a roster with quite a few familiar names and perhaps some that, if you're new to the Prem, won't actually have seen before.
Yeah, I think Ents and Lousy still have to kind of prove that they can and kind of frag on their own without relying on the likes of, say, Deos and Shine, because it was very much a carry experience all the way to the finals. Yeah,
Deos and Shine obviously brought a lot to this Diabolus roster, but Veloce, they're another organization that are brand new to the Prem, and obviously they have the roster that's quite similar. It is, of course, the ex-Buzzkill one. We've got Mog, Emperor, Impact, Cypher, and Rezd. And is there a player that really jumps off the page for you here?
I'd probably say Impact and Cypher. Cypher's been having a really good season. He's been doing a lot better on the AWP. He picked it up a couple seasons ago and was really in that adaptation period for a long time. But he has still a lot to learn, but he seems to be doing quite well being set up for those frags.
Well, we have got the map video ready for you. We're going to go through those maps. Veloce and Diabolus. Well, I was going to say we'll probably see a Puggy map come through, but Veloce are going to ban straight away Dust 2.
Yeah, maybe not favoring the matchup there. I mean, they look to maybe take it a bit more strategic. Emperor does like to call a bit more strategy orientated. So look at maps like maybe Inferno, which I imagine if you're Diabolus, you maybe want to ban out of the pool, because so far they haven't had the most amount of time to kind of adapt to all the new players that come to the roster.
Yeah, well, Diabolus have looked pretty good on Mirage. We'll see if that can come through for them. And while Inferno is going to get banned by Veloce. Yeah. And Troyan coming in as a ban for Diabolus. Obviously, steering away from the tactical maps, and they're wanting to keep Mirage still in there. Obviously, that's a map that Diabolus are quite good on. I wouldn't be surprised if Veloce ban that one in the next rotation.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to take it to the Puggy maps. Yeah. I think on paper, the advantage should go to Veloce here. They've been together a bit longer. They haven't had so many rotating players. They have that firepower already, kind of the structure in those three players. I think it's Cypher, Rezd, and Impact that primarily frag out for them. And you don't want to allow the Puggy nature to kind of come through on the side of Diabolus. We saw Hoy get an ace before, to have to kill a teammate to get there. But I mean, they've certainly got
6K.
I mean, they've got the individual ability. It's just about finding that consistency and bringing it to a more strategic side for Diabolus.
Well, we'll see where we are going to be playing this, which battlefield we find ourselves on. It's Veloce banning Mirage as expected, and Vertigo coming in as the ban for Diabolus. So we end up on Nuke, and you know, this is a map that has potential to be good with great individuals, but also has that tactical element to it as well.
And I mean, hopefully we don't see a stomping on it. I mean,
yeah, that would be nice.
Now every time when I think of the Premiership and Nuke, I just can't not think of Vexed just completely rolling their opponents.
The problem I have with Nuke in the Premiership is outside smokes. A lot of teams can't do them properly, and we all see giant gaps in them, and that really annoys me.
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple ways you can play it as well. I mean, you can rely on those outside smokes. We saw, I think, at one point or another, there was a bit of a meta shift where the team's eluding me. That they really kind of innovated Nuke in that they didn't really put as much pressure outside, whereas the meta at the time was very much outside orientated. Yeah. It was the emergence of the Krieg as well. Oh, that's Furia, that's the one.
Yeah.
Which is, yeah.
They obviously have a lot of inner pushes very quickly in towards the A-bomb site. Art is a big part of that. He was a crazy aggressive player. We'll see if any of that style is implemented here today. I very much doubt it. I think we're probably going to see the very old standard meta of Nuke come through here with these UK teams. It's the most stable. It's the one that you don't really need a whole lot of practice for. As long as you know 3 smokes, you can get those players towards outside. I have a solid chance at taking secret stairs. Obviously, we'll see a lot of ramp pushes. They come through quite a bit. So I feel like it is going to rely much more on the CT sides here. I don't think both teams are going to be very prepared on their T sides.
Yeah, you're 100% right. I think the CT side will be where it's most evident that these teams are prepared or not, because the communication is so important on Nuke. When you call your rotations, where and how you rotate as well has to be pretty much ingrained in everybody's minds. It should be, I've lost control of this area, I know what my response is going to be without having to be told what to do.
So I actually know that Vexed were doing quite a bit of preparation on this map, so it's good to see that a UK team is doing that. Hawk was actually doing a little bit of analysis with them, so they were talking about trying to fix the rotations and stuff. So they've got a good mentality coming into this, and I look forward to seeing Vexed in the future on this map. But of course, that's not going to be Vexed. It's going to be Diabolus and Veloce here, 2 very different teams to the likes of Vexed, who perhaps haven't got the chance to prove themselves, but this could be a very good chance to do so. 2 organizations, brand new to the Prem. And we'll see if which one comes out on top today. It's going to be Veloce on the CT side, starting things off.
Kit available for Emperor. No smoke, actually, which is a bit of an interesting change. It does seem like they want to use these flashes to retake the bomb site should it occur, but Diabolus very fast towards the A bomb site. Impact 1-for-1 exchange as Cypher goes down on the site. The bomb has been dropped in a fairly open position, however, and for now, Veloce will wait out these smokes. Diabolus can still get this planted, however, and they're ready for this retake.
Well, Morg up on top. He is inside of heaven. Utility is going to start coming through as the rest of Veloce players running over the top of the bomb site. Emperor missing shots, and that is ridiculous. Lauti comes in with 2 kills, Choi V with 1 as well, and that is it. Diabolus on the board with a pistol, and Veloce get dispatched with.
And that has to be a kill there from Emperor.
Has to be.
He's not even looking at him. He's not looked at him for the first 6 shots.
It's just like, well, the first one hasn't hit, the second one hasn't hit, and he's panicking. Oh, we get a replay. Oh,
why are they making us relive this?
Why is he shooting so fast? You just, that's just when you get into that sort of panicky zone, right? You just can't stop. Surely the next ball's a kill. Surely the next one's going to be the kill. And it just never comes through. So, yeah, that's annoying. But it's going to be a fast push in towards ramp from Veloce. Lauti under pressure also has the Mac down of his teammate to try and back them up. And they won't start to get the kills. It's all on Morg, 1v4. And well, Diabolus will get that one, only losing Lauti. So 2-0 start here for Diabolus.
Yeah, not the lobby crunch, instead just the push through ramp, and they'd hoped that they could overwhelm them. They only get 1 kill, so I mean, there's at least something, but it's not quite what they were hoping for. Veloce, though, now that they're on rifles, they don't have the AWP on Cypher, so they can't really be using him at a long-range distance. Instead, he has to use the AUG, and so there is going to be some level of effectiveness here, but Diabolus, they've still got so many SMGs that can play this round at incredibly fast pace and try and capitalize on any players that didn't buy head armor. But of course, Veloce have clued themselves into that, all of them investing into that piece of equipment, making sure that these Mac-10s aren't as big a nuisance.
Well, pressure in towards ramp room. Rez is going to be forced off towards the lower bomb site. Flash comes in, he wants to get into a better position, and there's no stopping from Capers. He keeps going, and Rez deals with him. He'll be looking back for a follow-up, but pulls out the USP, running out of ammo on his FAMAS, and that'll be the death of him. And Mr. Hoy will take him away. It will be a 3v4 man advantage on the CT side.
Yeah, Morg is close. He knows that the player's on the rafters as well. Steps were made by Lauti. So even as they slow down here, Veloce have an idea of where these players should be positioned. So if they get themselves into a good enough spot for this plant, that will inevitably come out from Diabolus, because they don't seem to have any intention of backing away from the B-bomb site. Things get a little bit dicey for them.
Yeah, you've already got here, right? So falling back is the unknown, and you never really want to go with that. So we'll see if they can get onto the site and get that bomb down. 40 seconds left. Veloce playing it pretty well. They're playing very conservative. They're not making any mistakes at this point. They're letting Diabolus take the bomb site. Nate comes in, Molotov follows it up, and here comes the plan.
And they're not actually in a position to contest this initially, playing fully for the retake. Patience on display for Veloce. We'll see if it actually pays off for them as Diabolus look to group themselves up and maybe get aggressive towards this ramp position. Only 1 player on the other side. The flash doesn't catch him, actually, and Impact has spotted these players out.
I like this aggression towards ramp. It's a very different approach from Diabolus, and they pull 1 kill back, make it 2 as Lauti stepping out with a double. It's all on Morg. 1v2, and it's into the 1v1 as the tap comes in on the defuse. Joy V7, he'll bait that out and he'll move forward, thinking the plant is the defuse is coming through, but it will be the kill. Joy V7 takes it, and Diabolus, well, that was looking pretty rough for them in the 3v4, but well recovered.
Yeah, they were just the fact that they're holding that crossfire setup in a ramp meant that they can go 1-for-1, and it meant that Mog's rotation was extremely delayed. I mean, I'm a bit surprised that Veloce didn't kind of contain them, push a little bit more on the backlines, take a bit more space away from ramp, because they didn't fully commit towards the lower bomb site. They were still concerned about any sort of lurking presence, and maybe one of the players was unaccounted for on Diabolus. Maybe that's the reason that Veloce don't overcommit.
Something I noticed there on the initial attack from Diabolus that could be exploited later on, or it could be a weakness for them, is when they nade the door and throw the smoke in behind it, it's not deep enough to cover off the vent. So if they go for a vent dive, they're just going to be spotted from all the CTs inside of the bomb site. So if that's just a one-off, then it's fine. But if that's going to be a consistent factor and they attempt a vent dive, that could be something that comes back to bite them a little bit later.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what to really make of that round in particular, just because neither team wanted to be the first to make the mistake, and so they actually pushed themselves into one, which is Veloce, who do quite poorly. Of course, it was only the individual ability of Lauti that really brought back the round for Diabolus, but it doesn't reek of too much strategy from either team.
Yeah, it's kind of, well, we know somewhat what to do, but when it gets into the late stages of a round where there's high pressure, well, it's kind of just on the fly.
Sometimes you need somebody to take initiative and just take control away from your opponent, because if you get into a really forward spot, it's just so incredibly disruptive because they think you're going to be playing this slow and passive approach.
Indecisiveness can sometimes be the bane of a lot of teams, right? So we need to see that one player take the spearhead approach and try and start things off for them, get the ball rolling at least, even if you fall flat. We have got a technical pause, so hopefully that doesn't last too much longer. It would somewhat kill the momentum, or a chance to kill the momentum of Diabolus. Obviously, it being online, it's very hard to enforce the rule of no talking during technical pauses, so there's a good chance here for Veloce to start discussing what they can do on the CT side, different setups, what's working, what's not. We've actually seen quite a few UK teams. If something's not working on the CT side, they'll just change up the setup completely, and just on the fly. And
suddenly somebody that used to play a ramp or something is outside.
Yeah, it's just well, don't really know how that happened, but it's working.
Yeah. Sometimes it just takes fresh eyes on an idea or an approach into a round that can maybe change things up. Those UK teams explore that far too often, sometimes, and most often than not, it comes back to bite them. Veloce just on upgraded pistols in this round. It's P250s and 5.7s predominantly. And Choi is looking to lock down this ramp position. Veloce aren't going to push as of yet. No presence felt elsewhere on the map. So we're now just playing this slow and waiting for Diabolus to make the first move. And I'd expect that Veloce, at some point or another, maybe around the 40-second mark, they would crunch towards lobby. If Diabolus haven't made any presence elsewhere, they'd expect that maybe the lower bomb site has been taken over, as they don't really have a sight line in. Nobody's spotting for that position on the CT side. Now the Molotovs will come through, and that's a bit of an audio cue for Veloce to work off of.
Well, it starts to push in towards the A bomb site. It's going to be Mr. Hoy taking away Impact. He will continue to push on in as Ents and Lauti, they find a couple of kills between him. It's on the rest, and Emperor all on his own here. Emperor, a 1v5 with a P250. Well, I have seen easier rounds come through. This is not going to be one where Emperor should find too much success. He actually dodges the nade. So,
inhuman reaction.
Yeah, that is inhuman. It's also inhuman that he survives completely on 100 HP with a grenade right above his head. That metal must be unbreakable.
I just want Emperor to fly up this vent and...
Oh, yeah, you kind of want that to happen, right? Or you just want someone to drop on him. You just want something to happen. This is probably the worst outcome that could have happened for the Spectator.
I mean, him saving his armor
Kevlar,
here, him saving the armor has some impact, I suppose, on the economy, because they can buy into the next round.
Well, never mind.
He doesn't even do that.
Well, not much we can really say about that. 4-0 for Diabolus, looking strong at the start of Nuke. Not so much on a tactical level, though. It's very much just on an individual level.
And they're playing the round out so slowly as well. They're just holding angles and making sure that if Veloce are going to throw in these CT side aggressions that we often see on Nuke, usually taking place outside or towards that ramp or hut position, that Diabolus are in a decent enough position to trade. And so if they are able to get these picks consistently, Diabolus could continue to steamroll here on this T side, almost getting the first opportunity very early on.
Yeah, that's a sucker punch coming right through there. The door opens, Shaw comes in, closes the door behind him. No idea what's just happened. Well, Emperor will sit back inside of mid, wondering what he can do to recover it. It's going to be outside execute from Lauti. He's going to be throwing that smoke on over. That one lands pretty close to red. This is the close smoke, and then obviously the follow-up comes in over the top of the silo, and you got the wall of smoke. So good to execute. Might be a slight gap in the middle, but luckily Lauti will get across safely. But will Mr. Hoy? Seems like there isn't. He can't spot anything here, Cypher. So
if he was on the low ground, he would have spotted the feet, but because he has the elevation, it actually works against him.
So Diabolus might be a slight mistake in the lineup there, but they get across safely, no problems, but they are towards secret. So at least they've got something. They've got those outside smokes. Molotov comes in deep towards the stairs, but are they going to check Emperor? He gets the angle played well. Flash goes over the top, Nade coming in to try and do damage. Well, good job from Diabolus at this point. They're taking so much control.
Yeah, but they're taking a lot of damage in doing so. Emperor is looking to push the limit as well. Cape is across his screen. It does find the kill. That's the first onto the bomb site. Ents as well will find one.
This angle from Cypher should be good for at least one kill if he gets the timing right, and there it is. Lauti finished off. Flank coming in from Impact, but Choi is watching it. It's going to be the kill coming in for Diabolus. And it's a 4v2 here. Veloce not looking too solid here. They're going to have to try and back off with the weapons they've got. And the bomb's actually on the A side, so no chance of winning this.
Yeah, they took up such early positions, and Diabolus, once they dealt with Emperor, they knew that they had that rotation towards the A site through the vents. Rez may not be able to get away with this one either. Choi coming in from behind. Cypher stuck as well in towards ramp. For now has crept his way around the corner. This is a game of chicken. Cypher may be able to get away with this one, but his teammate is coming.
He has to save at this point. Crossing into the open is just going to be a death sentence, and while he had to really, he was getting pressure from ramp as well. Very unlikely Cypher gets that into the next round. So 5-0, a good start here from Diabolus as they continue it further. We'll see if Veloce can get back into it. Probably not on this one. It's going to be a little bit of a half-buy, a couple of upgraded pistols, a little bit of light Kevlar, and a smoke in the hands of Emperor. So things not looking good for the French organization.
Yeah, hopefully they can find something that changes. Just a gap in the default here for Diabolus because they're on a tear. Look at the economy that's been built up on those players as well. They have more than sort of 3 or 4 rounds in them to continue reinvesting into this, even if Veloce have one of these miracle rounds or are able to win back on rifles. They need the damage to be done though on these pistols, because if no players go down here for Diabolus, then they're just going to continue to sit pretty.
Yeah, their money is starting to build to a pretty ridiculous level already. 10k in the hands of Mr. Hoy, but there's some kills. 2 coming in fact, for the CT side. And perhaps it's not just damage they're looking for at this point. Perhaps they're looking for the round win, as Emperor has armor. He's also got an AK picked up alongside a Molotov. So a good chance here for Veloce to even steal this one away. Diabolus with no trade, no potential to trade just yet. And Emperor's in such an aggressive angle. They might not be able to deal with this. Especially with that door closing, that kind of signals that they're playing back instead of the side. So Emperor might just be able to get one more kill here onto Capers if he overextends. And there's the kill. He can find the follow-up as well, and there it is. Emperor, what a round this is. It's all on Mr. Hoy, and he's in the lower bomb site. Just pistols, and Veloce will grab there first.
Yeah, I said they needed some sort of a miracle round, or at least one on the rifles, but it's Emperor that finds these picks. The recovered rifle really pulls off in spades, and although he's had his share of blunders already in this game, this is certainly a round win, one independently by himself, but Hoy could maybe make things difficult. Mog at least eliminates any possibility of that, and Veloce, they do pick up their first round, and a big one to win. They bounce off the economy rather well by recovering those weapons. The AWP is well in the hands of Rez.
Look at the money. Like, it's been so dire for them. Lost bonus finally builds. They win a pistol, force, like half-buy, not even force. That is perfect. You can have the worst starts, but as long as you get that under your belt, you have a really solid chance of making this half very competitive.
And those are the rounds that tilt you as a side as well, because you know it shouldn't be happening. Emperor's not had the best of performances. He missed some pretty severe opportunities earlier on into this game, and suddenly he's had so much impact. That can certainly play on the mind, but hopefully Diabolus are happy with the rounds they've won already. That's just a small blip on the radar.
Deep smoke coming in towards Squeaky. Players gathering in towards the trophy room. Rez, he's going to have to try and fall back. He wanted to Molotov, but If he'd stayed there any longer, he definitely would have fallen. So makes the right call to fall in towards the lower bomb site where Cypher is currently waiting as well. First shot connected, looking for a follow-up, but Rez is in the back of the bomb site. This is not going to be easy for Diabolus. They have so many angles to check. They'll try and use their utility as Mr. Hoy is pushing forward. Flashbang is blinded both players, but Mr. Hoy moving with his back turning the bomb. It lands inside of the site. A kill will come in from Rez, but it's only the one. And there's a good chance for Diabolus here on the lower bomb site, despite the man deficit.
The question is can they get themselves into safe post plants? Capers will look to take a bit more space, some control. Choi as well around the edge of the smoke. If he finds the opportunity, Capers has found one. He's equalized the affair. The secondary kill from Capers is good as well. Emperor eliminated from the equation, and Capers actually finds the team kill alongside the frag on Mog, but it doesn't end up impacting the round too heavily. Ent Styles in the win for Diabolus.
Diabolus are the team-killing team, aren't they? They kill each other quite a bit. We've seen Mr. Hui last week kill his teammate. We've seen, I'm pretty sure Lautu's had a team kill in this already as well, this map.
Well, it was Choi who got team killed this round as well.
Yeah, so
Hoy killed him last week as well.
Yeah, so, yeah, it seems to be the recurring theme here.
Instead of everybody loves Raymond, you have everybody hates Choi.
Well, it's just Mr. Hui hates Choi, really. Or Hoy.
They're rhyming buddies,
yeah,
at the very least.
Cypher, you'll get the early pick off for Veloce. And it's kind of disheartening when you get such a big round off the back of pistols. You get all these rifles and then you just lose straight away.
Yeah.
Especially having the man advantage, a couple players were low on Diabolus. They can't retake that B bomb site so far. They've shown no signs that they can do it, that they're capable of taking that B bomb site back. And that's a pretty scary sign. If Diabolus can consistently get towards Secret, they can always get in towards the B bomb site. If they can get that bomb planted, well, they could be racking up rounds here on the T side.
Ooh, they actually mess up their smokes as a result of a missed Molotov. That gives Cypher an opportunity around the edge of the smoke. So Veloce have brought the advantage right back, and spots the shoulder. Choi's baited him out, but he goes to peek as the flames push him forward, and Mog, it's a back and forth exchange on the A bomb site. Still 2 players left for each side, and there's still 1 lingering on the A bomb site.
Good trades from Diabolus. The B bomb site is currently empty. They've got the bomb on their back here. Eventually, they've got to realize there's a chance that they move in towards that bomb site, but they're going to be playing together both on the upper level, so they can rotate together if needed.
They're playing around this setup on the CT so perfectly. Rez is holding the low ground, and Emperor is none the wiser. He's not even concerned about Heaven right now.
It's all about the sound cues as well. They make it so quiet as Diabolus just move over the top of Heaven. They need to be careful. Shots come in. That gives it away. He shoots a corpse. They move on towards the site. Red's coming up with a big flank. And oh no, this doesn't really work for Choi. Turns around. The no-scopes in. And that is ridiculous from Choi.
How does he turn around in time? Surely...
It's kind of like, uh-oh.
Yeah, as soon as Emperor goes down, you expect Rez to be able to line up the trade, but Choi cocks it back in time.
Yeah.
I mean, the timing works out perfectly for Diabolus. They play around the setup as well. And even with the small little blunder and shooting a corpse, doesn't seem to matter. It actually baited Emperor into a false sense of security.
It's just style points, really. And Veloce, they need this pause.
And look at this. Look at the scoreboard for Diabolus. Lauti's on 1 frag. Doesn't really need to contribute because you've got the likes of Choi and Capers who have taken things by the reins.
Logical confirmation is actually a tactical pause for Diabolus, so that is interesting. Perhaps starting to realize, well, we've got this in the bag. Maybe we start ramping up even further. We start making less mistakes. Don't give them any chances. And this is against a low buy, and that's something they were pretty shaky against earlier. The only round they've actually lost, so we'll see what Diabolus have up their sleeve. It's going to be a fast hit in towards the door.
Ooh, the first ult shot is missed. Cape is able to get the kill on Emperor. Impact hasn't been checked on the high ground, and so far they're finding the trades here on the Veloce side, but they do one better here on Diabolus. All the players tagged down. These deagles can certainly still be deadly, but now it's just Cypher. 1 versus 3 from the flank.
This is not doable, really. Door's closed. That was his only real opportunity there. Mr. Hoy covering off the door as well, and there's the headshot in towards Hut. So it won. Diabolus looking good. And we actually talked about it earlier. This is Nuke, right? CT side of map, traditionally, a lot of teams have started to get better on the T sides, but you wouldn't really expect that to be the case here in the UK scene, where perhaps Diabolus don't practice as much. Veloce don't really get to practice a whole lot. But the T side here from Diabolus has been super strong.
Yeah, and it has been these individuals, right? One of the rounds won by some individual heroics of Capers. Choi's been consistent on the AWP as well, whereas we haven't seen that really activate on the Veloce side. Cypher had the open hand, instantly deleted. Emperor will get at least one frag right back, but Diabolus are accelerating. Fast play towards the lower side of the map, and for now, Veloce don't have any presence.
Rez actually goes towards the lower bomb site straight away. They take a little bit of damage on the Molotovs as Diabolus move in towards the control room. Rez just sitting up here on the ramp, AWP in his hands. He'll look towards the double door, and in behind it are two players, but Lauti's got a big flank. Rez taking damage from the nade as well. It goes from bad to worse though, as Lauti will finish him off. Impact on the flank, whiffing shots, but he has a backup. He has his teammate there, and Morg will drop him. It's into a 3v3, still doable for Veloce.
Yeah, Emperor, does he open the doors? Does he find the timing? Choi adapts fast enough. The fact that he's reacted to the sound cue so quickly, Emperor's caught off guard. That brings the advantage now into Diabolus' hands, and Mog, I mean, they've got limited space to work off of here. Getting the AWP and running away, that's going to be the play for Veloce. They want to save this into the next round instead, and that's 9 for Diabolus. On the T side, I mean, we thought maybe this would be a closer game than the stomping we just saw on Vertigo. Veloce not mounting a successful defense in so many rounds. The only one they've had has been on the upgraded pistols. It's been on the Deagles, and that's where Emperor had his most impact in the game, but it's not as if it's just 1 or 2 players on the side of Veloce that are not finding these kills or getting multi-frags on the CT side. It's everybody. Nobody's really outperforming the rest of the team. They're all at the same point right now.
It's not a great point to be at.
No, not a good one at all.
All equally as bad.
As bad as one another.
I mean, teams that win together, but teams that terribly lose together also lose together, I guess is the phrase we can go with here.
It's the old adage.
I mean, at least it's in solidarity. There's some silver lining. No one feels awful. But this is looking good. It's looking like it's on track to be Diabolus' first win, and they've come close to winning quite a few times.
Yeah.
Just always get caught in the last few seconds. And, well, this might just be their first convincing win.
And the thing is, looking at this scoreline here for Veloce, I mean, they were, they took Vexed to 19 to 16, or 16 to 19 on Mirage previously in the Premiership.
Yeah.
What has changed since then to go from contesting one of the best teams in the UK to one of the teams that wants to be one of the best in the UK, but is a long road to get there?
Yeah, it's a very long road, and they're taking baby steps at the minute. Round number 11 coming up. Was a pause coming through, but Rez will line him up. 2 kills in the MP9, and able to take 1 back. But that's good from Rez so far. Keeps the advantage afloat for Veloce. But it's not going to be stopping. Diabolus just continue to run in towards the B bomb site. No time wasted, and they run right into the waiting arms of Morg. He's able to pick up Dr. Hoy. Dr. Hoy? I said Mr. Hoy. Well, he's upgraded. He's educated. He's got his doctoral degree.
Well, we'll see if Choi can join him amongst the stars. Get his PhD alongside him.
Hoy Choi. Maybe this is combined.
Partners in crime, maybe have their own firm together, but ooh, 1-for-1 exchange as they re-entry. Choi, 1 versus 3, open handies was good before, but not gonna hit the shot. Veloce do get their second round on field, and it's after that pause. Veloce had the initial double kill from Rez that really did make the difference.
Yeah, that really was the turning point there for them. Rez takes a bit of a different stance. He's been playing on the ramps itself and behind the box, right? You take 1 kill, you get the info, and you fall back. This time he goes for the aggressive stance. And we're seeing a lot more teams do this on the CT side, where they don't sit back. They play proactive. And it's really been working. We seen it actually last night against the Astralis Evil Geniuses. Yep. In particular, Tarek was getting very aggressive in towards ramp.
We'll see if Veloce can consistently bring that to the table. Of course, it's the buy right back here for Diabolus, as they've had a lot of round wins in a row, and Veloce still need to get a grip on their CT side economy.
Well, problem for Veloce earlier was when they won their first round, they lost the follow-up immediately, and never really got any momentum going. No real chance to build up a few rounds on the CT side. They can't really let that happen here, because if they do, it's too little and it's too late.
And they need the confidence on the rifles, right? I mean, Cypher's been quiet on the AWP. Finally, he's able to get one of the opening picks here for Veloce.
Oh.
Diabolus are being so aggressive in so many different areas of the map. You can see the confidence is maybe getting to them a little bit, and actually Ents catches him out.
Yeah, that's a good kill from Ents. He'll be looking for the follow-up, but it's Impact who drops his head. Ents was certainly dead there. Two players aware of his position as the push comes in. Morg will drop to Mr. Hoy, and well, for some reason Lauti is the only player left, and he's so far back in comparison to the rest of his teammates. It did look a little bit disjointed there from Diabolus. There was no real push coming in as a team. Really relying on individuals to find space, and they do fall apart. 9-3 as Diabolus, they let another slip.
This is almost the point where I think if you're Veloce, you've played this passive approach and you've had success now twice. I think if you are looking at the longevity of the game and trying to build momentum, be a bit more confident in your play, you want to get a little bit aggressive here, because Diabolus have tried this aggressive stance a few times and it's not worked out for them. So maybe they slow the round down a little bit more, play like how they were in the earlier stages of this half. And Veloce, if you throw those little bits of aggression in, you can certainly catch them sleeping, maybe not as aware of that kind of a play coming down, especially because Veloce are down. It's a hard call to make, though, when you're in this position, because every round matters. Especially being on the CT side of Nuke, you expect to come away with, well, what Diabolus have on board. You expect to get maybe 9, 10 rounds on that CT side, but Diabolus already having such a good half altogether.
Best case scenario is 3 more here for Veloce. Let's see if they can manage it. It will be the lineup for Rez. He only gets the 1 kill. He does take quite a bit of damage, but gives some back. And it's not going to be a slow approach at all from Diabolus. As soon as they push that player back on ramp, they don't stop. They don't get ready to execute in towards B. They just run straight in. And that's been the confidence that Diabolus have displayed time and time again. It will be a 4v5. Veloce with a man advantage, looking for the retake. They're setting up. They haven't been able to retake the bomb site successfully too many times here on the B site. So we'll see if they can finally get it done.
And Mog looking for the opening opportunity. There's the kill on Capers. The low ground still being held, but however, Choi and Hoy both look at the same angles. Ents as well will combine, and they actually all swing out wide. The trades, successful for Veloce. You talk about not being able to successfully retake this B bomb site. That's now 2 rounds where they've been able to do so.
Yeah. So they're starting to get better at it.
Yeah, and as well, I mean, the fact that Diabolus don't kind of stagnate. You saw before when Veloce were defending the B site, they slowed things down. They didn't push at all. And that's because Diabolus didn't make any noise, didn't get the bomb planted. This time, immediately getting it down, and Veloce are making things work, it seems.
Well, if they can pull us back to 9-6, we've still got a game on our hands, of course. Diabolus have slowed right down, and that's a bit of a problem. The momentum is gone. We'll see if the outside execute works for them yet again. Smoke's coming through. Solid again. From this angle, can't really tell if there is a gap in that smoke, but we'll soon find out, I'm sure. Emperor playing back in towards Garage and behind Credit Card.
This has really been a lead back for them. Oh, Emperor almost finds the timing, does so much damage, actually gets the kill. How does he get away with that?
Why is he not traded?
There's 3 players.
3 players there, and none of them drop him. He has dropped to 15 HP. 1 bullet will do it, but he's already done the damage. Kill comes in from Morg. Impact swings through, and it might be a triple here for Emperor. He spots the barrel. He knows exactly where Capers is, and there it is. Diabolus tried to play with a smoke, but Emperor, he was ready for it.
I mean, how does he get away with that?
That is it's just a little bit ridiculous, isn't it? You know, you expect Diabolus to be able to trade after that first death. You've got to get that trade immediately.
Even before the death. I mean, I thought he'd maybe do 80 damage to 2 players and then die, because there's three Diabolus members staring right at him with AKs.
Yeah, it's kind of like they lined up as well, so they couldn't really get the angle on him. So yeah, kind of strange. They committed so many players to that gap. Again, just a fast play in towards Ramp, getting desperate now as they try and put pressure on towards Rez. He has to fall back in towards the lower bomb site, and they're chasing Cypher. Lauti's got him, and they're just going to push straight up towards Heaven, keeping the CTs guessing, but Impact with a great kill. Ent's able to pick him up in reply, though, and it's a 4v3. Man advantage on Diabolus.
Yeah, and they've committed towards the lower bomb site as well. They thought that was going to be the target here from Diabolus, but they have the Vents rotation dead to rights. Veloce, they're grouping up together, trading is definitely on the cards here for the CTs, and Diabolus, Ents is pushed forward. He's using the smoke to his advantage, and it's perfectly played. Rez able to trade things back, but Hoy seals the deal. It's double digits and a 10-5 half for Diabolus on that T side.
That's just a very solid on-the-fly round from Diabolus. They call for the fast ramp push. Okay, we get that initial kill, we'll just commit to B. As soon as they realize, well, we've got the Hell player, we can wrap Heaven. And they just kind of change it up as they go. Great mid-round calls there.
And they knew as well, Rez was alone, right?
Yeah.
He's falling back towards the B bomb site so often. Cypher the one that rotates quite often, and you could see that from the polls, people actually favoring Diabolus here, and I guess I see why. I thought maybe it was going to be slightly in favor of Veloce, but people on Twitter smarter
They are.
than I am.
Well, if you want to continue to be smarter than Yumi, make sure you head over towards Twitter at ESL UK to get involved with the polls. Also use hashtag ESL UK to have your say here at the Prem. Well, 10-5. It's Diabolus with a grit half. They've reached double figures already. And if they pick up the pistol, that's a great chance for them to extend that lead and perhaps break the morale of the Veloce side.
The silver lining here for Veloce is that although they struggled on their CT side, everybody was contributing to those round wins for them. So they can maybe activate that more so on the T side of things. More individual play comes forward, but Ents pushing past the outside smokes. Cypher's caught out off guard, and Ents still hiding inside, just waiting for the right opportunity to strike. Almost lines up a second, but all the bullets sailing past Mog's head. Ents, he's toying with them outside, constantly dipping in and out. It's a game of cat and mouse. Eventually they catch him. But he's been disruptive. He knows where most of Veloce are located, and Choi still has the high ground.
He has given away his position over that shot, so you know exactly where he is. He's got a Molotov, though, and this could be perfect. Bounces off the wall, lands it towards the side, but the bomb plant's already in. Mr. Hoy able to pick up impact. Lauti coming in with a headshot as well, and it's looking good for Diabolus, and it's pretty much cleared up. Mog alone, trying to tap away. Tap at the feet, and he's doing damage, but there's so many players to find. It was just not going to happen for him, and the defuse will come through for Diabolus. 11-5 on the board.
That had to be a way in for Veloce, right? I mean, the pistol is so important for them because Diabolus will just do what we just saw on Vertigo, from Endpoint, is that when they took that pistol on the other side of the map, they just ran away for the rest of the half. And so Diabolus may very well do the exact same thing. That maybe this could end up being a 16-5 as well, right? Yeah,
it's pretty crazy, right? Because we expected a closer affair from both games, and, well, it's been anything but. Well, it's going to be Emperor starting to make his approach towards outside here with the P250 just not stopping. Veloce just pushing everywhere, and Ents will get two in the FAMAS, looking for his triple, runs out of ammo and has to back off. But he's done his damage and he's done his work. He will be dropped by Emperor, who picks up the FAMAS himself, but he's going to have to do great things with it. He'll jump off the top of heaven. Inside of the site he goes. Bit of a gap to play with, but a 1v4, it's not going to happen. Surely at this point it doesn't happen. And Emperor will be finished off 12-5. 4 away here, Diabolus from victory here on Nuke.
I love that the kill that Emperor was able to get was just him kind of Mario jumping out of the ladder to get that initial frag, but it's not going to be good enough. Style points don't net you anything here in the Premiership. Maybe a play of the week if you're able to be so fancy.
Yeah,
but I mean, one kill's not quite good enough. Not quite good enough. In fact, it's been pretty procedural stuff for Diabolus as well. They've been spreading out the kills. They've been doing quite well transferring to the CT side. You saw how proficient Ents was in that particular position. He was relatively quiet on the T side of things. But at what point? I mean, Diabolus have now got 2 rounds in a row. Veloce need this one 100% of the time. They'll play it strategically, try and group themselves up, but Diabolus on an individual level have just been exceeding them so far, and maybe Ents' position as well catches them out.
Well, Ents, no, it's not going to catch them off guard at all. Impact's ready for it. Checks the angle, finds the follow-up. Mr. Hui finished off, and it's going to be an XM for Choi. He'll peek into the open, headshots in, but Cypher will drop him. It's going to be a 2v5 here, and Veloce looking good for their first on the T side. Cape is trying to hold off the forces that are encroaching on the A-bomb site, and he only gets the 1 kill. I like that from Veloce. They push from 2 different angles, makes it impossible for Capers to fully commit to 1 angle confidently. He does get cut off by that. And so Lauti is into a 1v4 in this scenario. It's just save.
Yeah, they've definitely got rounds to play with here on the Diabolus side. I think if Lauti wanted to get a few more exits, you would have seen him take spot in towards Heaven. Instead, he'll double down on the off angle, which if Veloce went all the way back around through T-spawn, he'd just be dead 100% of the time.
Yeah, he's just got to really bank on them not doing that.
Yeah.
And fortunately, for him, they're not going to be doing that, so he can just hide back in the garage and carry over this M4A4. They're not really in a position, Veloce, where they can afford to hunt, so good damage done early here. Obviously, has kept Diabolus' money relatively modest, so we move into the next one, where Veloce should be picking this one up as well. I say should be. Emphasis on should.
I think Diabolus I would consider buying.
I would
here
buy
if
here,
yeah.
honestly.
They've
Like-
got rounds to play with, right? So
Yeah. But obviously, they can just go with Veloce and be the hero M4A4. I mean, there was two decisions, right? You can force buy there and use the rounds you have, or you can just be confident in the rifles. You can save here, let Laudy do as much damage as possible,
Yeah.
keep that economy modest of Veloce, move into the next one with full buy.
Laudy's been spotted getting aggressive outside, though. Impact's the one that's going to clear things out from up high. Did they spot him going to
This
the
is
smoke,
so
though?
risky. I mean, he has to have impact, so playing a little bit unorthodox
This is such a
might
huge
just work
gamble.
for him, and the smoke is going to fit. He doesn't get a
Oh.
single kill, and that could have been brilliant. I like the approach from Lauti.
Yeah.
You know, there's no risk, there's no reward, right? But unfortunately, he doesn't get anything, and well, Diabolus should just be picked off here. Only one P250 to play with. The rest are USPs.
It's one of those moments that is both simultaneously big brain but also small, because it's all about. It's very success oriented.
Yeah, if it works, wow, genius. If
Yeah.
it doesn't, kind of looks stupid.
Yeah, you look a bit silly. Well, Veloce have just dealt with the pistols here initially. The only player that comes out ahead in his duel is Capers, but only narrowly. Get his hands onto this rifle, however.
Ooh, yeah, the Krieg on the CT side.
There's a smoke as well.
OP.
I think he's thinking about moving forward for the smoke as well. but-
I mean, that's something you go towards the end, right? He's 16 HP, so he needs to be aware. Oh no. Goodbye.
unlucky.
Yeah, I was gonna say he needs to be aware of the bomb explosion, but perhaps not. Because
Yeah.
impact, he'll take away that problem, that issue. He doesn't have to think about it.
I've heard some people do call impact the bomb. I don't think we're quite on those terms.
Well,
Has
I
the
mean-
same name as me. He's a Michael.
oh, he's a Mike. You're definitely on the same terms then.
Yeah.
You can call him whatever you want.
Yep, one of the. He's a man who can dance, so at least at the very least, Veloce have that to work with.
Yeah.
So far,
I
he's
mean,
been doing quite well on the CT side.
Maybe if they come back, they can do a little victory dance. I'm kind of glad like all the Fortnite dances are dying.
Yeah, yeah,
That's nice.
Finally, a trend that's going away.
Yeah, it lasted way too long.
It's always a bit strange going into a club and seeing someone Fortnite dancing.
Yeah,
It's confusing times. They're confusing times.
I remember going in Norway. We were on top of the Opera House building. People just standing there doing Fortnite dances. It's like, oh
Not like
no,
this.
it's everywhere. 4v4 though. Just over a minute left on the clock.
Yeah, they still got the AWP events who did find that opening pick, but it was answered back. Look at it, the repositioning here on the AWP as well. He was spotted at ramp last, and now he's taking a position towards lobby. Trying to get some information to play off.
This
of
is an
Toy at a
interesting angle.
distance.
Yeah. That's an interesting approach from the XM, but it's a kill from Lauti. The timing really working for him, and that's the bomb on the floor. Mog,
nade?
he's 50 HP. The nade doesn't really reach him, but eventually it will. It's 4 HP on Mog. And that is just so difficult to recover from. And he pulls a nade at the same time. That's just a round you want to forget if you're Mog. Very quickly indeed, but it is a 2v2. Cypher's pulled it back into a grid scenario as he finds another. That's 3 kills for him. And 25 seconds, K-Piz with it all to do here. He could deny it all.
Do they expect this rotation though? They line up, the bomb pulled out by Cypher, and Capers gets the double. They don't clear it out, they don't fully commit to it. And that leaves Capers just enough space to strike. 13 for Diabolus, but that's a 1v2 that you can't have let slip away. That could have been another opportunity for Veloce to start getting a few more rounds on this T side.
Just comes that proactiveness as well from Diabolus early. Lauti pushing in towards the ramp room, catching off the bomb. That's
Yeah.
when every stuff hit the fan.
Yeah, Veloce just had no idea where any of the CTs were going to be, right? Suddenly the back is compromised. They could have pushed another player from behind as well. Capers could have been anywhere. But he was right where he needed to be.
Well, Veloce perhaps getting caught in their own default. We've seen a lot of teams can't really handle the aggression on the CT side of Nuke, because you want to set up, you want to have your utility ready, you want everybody to be in the right position to make the right play at the right time. While you're thinking of all those things, there's a guy walking through ramp room, you know, you get cut off by that.
Especially when you don't have the rounds to really experiment, right?
Yeah.
Every round that you give up is Diabolus closer and closer to victory, whereas you need to mount the comeback. It needs to be flawless. So maybe you don't explore those options as heavily. Instead, go very execute-oriented and work purely off of the calls.
Well, Diabolus, even after winning that, suffer a very bad bye here. Veloce have a great chance to try and pick it up, but Lauty's picked up the initial kill. Impact coming back in, but aggression coming through in towards lobby. The MP9 dropping impact, and it is going to be a 3v4. Diabolus stand with the advantage, but how much longer can they hold on to it?
And it's still making sure they can't rotate towards that hell position as well, so Veloce are going to feel a little bit boxed in here. It's a push towards A, but all three players in the exact same spot, and Hoy's taken aggressive lobby control.
Oh, End's dealt with early. If he gets one kill there, that makes things a little bit more difficult, but Hoy's going to be dropped. Cypher doing a lot for Veloce in the last round, nearly made it possible. And then this gets the bomb planted. Man advantage for Veloce. This is going to be difficult to retake, especially with no kit. They've got utility and one MP9 in the hands of choice. So this is not going to be easy here for Diabolus, and if they don't find a kill quickly, they might even just consider saving.
Yeah, the important thing is that Capus has a flash, so he can really help Choi out if he decides to commit for this. Emerge from the vents. Has to be well timed though, and doesn't seem like they're making too much movement. Not initially at least, and now the flash will come through. Oh, okay, are they just... It seemed like Capus was going to line up the flash, but instead he just decides against it.
Yeah, that's bad. Well, Choi backing off. He's got a Krieg. Probably one of the best weapons you could play with on the CT side. And actually, there was an interview with the team, it skips my mind at the minute, but they refused to buy a Krieg on the T side against Esports because they didn't want it going in their hands.
That's metagaming.
Yeah, that is, right? Which is pretty crazy because it is such a strong weapon, and the AUG obviously being nerfed, it doesn't really keep up with the SG anymore.
It's so strange to see because the weapons haven't really changed all too much in the actual way they perform as weapons. But they're still seeing so much impact.
I think it's just the firepower of the AUG is just...
It's just so dynamic.
Go away from it, yeah. Well, 13 to 8. 3 rounds only for Diabolus needed here to take the win on Nuke. It seems as though Veloce are not going to make it easy for them as they are fighting back. Tenacious as ever. It's Mr. Hui. I keep going to call him Doctor because I see the DB at the start.
Yeah.
I know he's got a 2-letter title, and I just want to give him the Doctorate. Maybe that should be his new name.
Well, he would join Mog as the other doctor in the server. Heart surgeon Mog is, at least according to himself.
Oh,
definitely not. I wouldn't trust him anywhere near my body. In the surgical sense. In the surgical sense.
No, thank you for clarifying. There we go. Well, time ticking. It's going to be a 9th for Veloce.
Yeah, they're making this more and more possible, and it's really, I mean, not in this round, but it's really been Cypher that's come to be this the star man that we highlighted him to be to start off this game, but was kind of shy on the CT side. I mean, everybody was struggling on that CT portion of the map, and so with Cypher getting so many kills, it's certainly a good sign for Veloce. That's one of their star men they need to lead the way.
He just caught another one as well towards the end there. So 13-9, Veloce are only 1 round away from double figures. I really feel when you hit 10 in a comeback, that's when the mental switch turns on, right? That's when you realize there's a really solid chance we pull this back here. So Diabolus realize, well, they're not out of the woods just yet, so they're going to go for a more conservative approach when it comes to the money. They'll leave 3K in the bank for a couple of players, mostly around the 2.5K mark. So money should be available in the next one. Veloce, this is a great chance for them to grab double figures.
Mr. Hoy, the first to strike, though. Impacts hit the deck. That's a little bit of space denied. That's that door presence as well. And this is, again, like you said, a conservative buy here from Diabolus. So finding these trades is ever so important here for Veloce because they can't allow these players to reposition, adapt to how Veloce are aggressing around the map. And Cape is in a bit of an off angle. Ents can distract as well.
Well, Ents up towards the window. It's going to be Cypher again with a great kill coming through. Lauty will deal with Emperor, who's trying to hold off that ramp push from the CTs. Mr. Hoy opens the door and finds the headshot onto Rez, looking for the follow-up, but it's not coming through. Eventually it will. It's all on Cypher, the star of Veloce, to try and make it happen. A 1v3 as he hides in the corner, the time ticking. This angle is strong, but he's only 27 HP. And that might just cause a problem. Whoa! They line up, and there's 2. Flashpoint comes through, 1v1. Cypher playing with it, but it's Lauty with the kill. He's still looking for it.
He doesn't realize he's killed him.
He doesn't realize he's killed him. What is going on?
Oh, no.
Go defuse.
He doesn't have a kid.
It's a 1. You're alone. What has he done? He's lost a 1v0. He's lost a 1v0, and that is UKCS summed up in 1. And he's not even from the UK. He's Lithuanian. Lithuanian CS. Oh, that is ridiculous.
Nobody on his team noticed either. Surely somebody would have called it, right?
Why? How's he done that?
Oh dear.
Cypher, at least, I guess, I don't know what he's done there. He's just mind gamed him.
He's a magician. He's evaporated from that position. The flash was so good.
It's like, where have you gone? You killed him, bro.
Oh dear.
Oh my, I don't think I've ever seen that. That is ridiculous. I've seen it matchmaking,
Yeah.
but I've not seen it in this type of game.
I'm just so confused how his teammate didn't.
How did none of his teammates? Yeah, that's worse. Maybe he's just muted them all.
Need to focus.
In the clutch mode. Oh, Choi. Ahoy. Kill comes through the smoke.
Veloce trying to get a handle on the situation as we regather ourselves as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to take some time for that to happen.
Just a bit. Choi looking to push the advantage further. The glass for now acts as a bit of extra coverage. Emperor seemed a bit wider.
Such a dangerous game. Jumping back and forth. If that doesn't become player of the week, I don't know what is.
It's a confusing time. As I've Fortnite dances, we've got things like that happening. Veloce, though, look to try and get some control, but they're still so spread out. Diabolus don't know quite how to react to this because Veloce aren't grouping up. They're not playing this in a conventional sense whatsoever. Maybe they're shaking up as well. Emperor tagged down low. Lauti should be able to find that kill, and Diabolus have the two-man advantage.
Well, Rez trying to make his way through the hut. It's Ents with the pickup, looking for the follow-up, and he's got that as well. The double up setup works for the CT side, and Diabolus may have lost a 1v0, but they win cleanly in the follow-up. So 14-10.
Yeah, and the money for Veloce is not looking the greatest either. They can afford up a few rifles, a couple of players down to upgraded pistols, Mog the SMG. But it's going to have to be some sort of heroics coming through. I mean, you can't rely on Rez and Mog to find those kills. Sure, they can still have some impact, buy some space, but it comes down to whether they can overwhelm these initial players. Ents retreating from the ramp position on the rotation. It's Capers who answers with one, but the quick trade right back there from Emperor. And although Ents has control of the lower site, Choi's still feeling a bit of pressure towards Hell.
Man advantage here for Diabolus, looking to try and grab map point. To be honest, from their performance earlier, I was expecting it to come through a lot earlier, but
It looked like they were going to run away at the half entirely.
Veloce is certainly putting up a fight. Even when they don't, Diabolus still loses. Anyway, Lauti is going to pick up one from behind. Emperor does fall. Choi able to pick up Cypher as well. That's all on Rez, doing his best work. He has picked up one, looking for the follow-up, but he's caught in the back, reloading in the open. So 15-10, it's map point for Diabolus, and only one is needed. And they take this one over the line and put an end to it.
Yeah, not giving Veloce any space in that position either. I mean, Lauti pushing the limits like that, that's not good. Veloce thought they had more time to play with, a bit more space to maybe reposition, but Diabolus looked to seal the deal here in this last round. Veloce's buy is not the greatest. CZ's in numbers, and Cypher's on the Mac 10, and they're putting all their eggs in one basket. The fast play towards A, Ents gets the first, but they've actually taken the site, because Diabolus don't have any players actually sitting on top of it.
Yeah, you could say easy for Ents, I guess. But it is going to be a man advantage here for Diabolus, as they have to try and recover that bomb site towards A. It's not going to be easy for them. It's do or die time. They have to. Utility coming through. Still the CTs hold so much. And then really they don't have that luxury on Veloce. So Diabolus looking poised for success, should I say. Ents coming back in. It's going to be a shot that lands on the legs. Mr. Hoy, he will take one. Ents able to find a follow-up. But Cypher with two. Mog able to pick up one, but it's done. They come in. Ents with a triple kill. Choi with one. And finally Diabolus put an end to it. 16-10 on Nuke.
Yeah, it took them a while to get there. They were in such a commanding lead to start off that second half as well, but a few missteps and a few good rounds as well. From Cypher in particular, those entries that he found towards that T-side half. I mean, he came online, he certainly woke up, but it just wasn't enough to carry them all the way to the end.
Yeah, it just wasn't enough, and Diabolus were looking pretty solid at the start, right? So solid, taking every round here and there. Only round that was picked up in a long time was a half buy coming in from the CT side. So pretty ridiculous stuff coming in. Obviously, in the end, we see Veloce start to pull things back, make it much more of a contest, but that was all Cypher, like you said.
Yeah, I mean, just the individual plays that he was able to make, and just so many scrappy rounds as well on their T side, where I mean, they shouldn't have been able to bring it forward. I mean, so Cape is with the 1 versus 2 in that particular game, and we saw some weird shenanigans. I mean, this initial round from Emperor, where he's just missing shot after shot after shot on the pistol.
Yeah,
it's
well,
awkward.
Yeah, we need some time to recover from that one as well. I think you guys at home do too. So we're going to go to a short break, but when we're back, we'll have another game ready for you.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Hello and welcome back to the ESL Premiership. My name is Dinko. I'm joined here by Yumi on the desk. In this game that's coming right up, this is going to be one of those strange ones where there's not a whole lot to talk about, right? You've got those teams that you just know what's coming, but you can't exactly pinpoint what it is.
Yeah, I think the biggest kind of narrative we can push on this is who's going to perform better or worse.
I think we'll go with the worst section.
We've had some pretty convincing results against both of these teams. I mean, with Wind and Rain kind of just coming into things a couple of weeks ago, or just last week maybe, they had a 16-9 loss against Fierce and Mirage, so maybe wanting to dodge that one out, but...
Yeah, now, taking a look at the names in this roster, right? There's some names that you might be familiar with.
Yes.
Swaggy, Totung, Tadpole, all names you should know. Gaboric, I've seen him play around quite a few times. You've got quite a bit of skill on this team.
Yeah, Brody is a player that's kind of darted in between rosters, has a reputation behind him, sometimes not the best reputation, but Swaggy and Totung, they've both played on teams together before, and Swaggy, I think, at one point or another was kind of exceptional player that looked to be at the top.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Has since kind of faltered and fallen off, not had that same roster stability as some. And so I suppose this is an opportunity once again to kind of show his value, show his worth, and see if he can maybe get himself out of the roster and into hotter prospects.
Yeah, well, Horus obviously one of the newer teams in the Prem, and they have the likes of B Magic, Jack B, Luke JM, BHJZ, and Dexy. And is there a player that jumps off the page for you here?
Dexy is the one that's a little bit shaky. He has some really, really strong performances, and then the next game sometimes it's just
complete opposite.
Nothing.
Yeah.
He's a player that can certainly be explosive, and he's always just struggled with consistency. I think people have been able to punish him multiple times in the past by over-aggression or re-peaking, which is maybe a tendency that shifts away under the leadership of B Magic. But again, we kind of come into this hoping and praying that the preparation has come through for both of these teams, because the expectation is that this is going to be quite a chaotic game altogether from both of the sides.
Well, we're going to have to find a digital battleground where this chaos can ensue, and well, there's going to be an overpass ban coming in from Wind and Rain, Mirage coming through as a ban for Horus.
Yeah, I mean, Horus will want to dodge out the pure aim duel, I think, types of maps. Swaggy, Toten, Brody. They've got Tadpole as well, who again was kind of this young, up-aspiring player at one point or another. Similarly kind of fallen off, but they all still have that mechanical capabilities. And again, this is, I think Horus will lean more towards the strategic maps, but maybe not Nuke.
Yeah, I think if we can avoid Nuke, that would be our observer's dream, right? That would definitely be his dream, but Vertigo coming through as a ban as well from Horus. I don't think they're going to be a team that's too well prepared or well versed on this one. Inferno being a ban for Wind and Rain. Of course, that does leave the likes of Dust 2 in there. It also leaves a few more maps that you can maybe go towards as an aim duel, but I think they might come through as bans, like you said, from Horus.
Yeah, hopefully Train doesn't go through, because I think if that does happen, it's a map that even if you don't prepare too heavily, if you've got the firepower to do so, you can just make use of timings, just simply over-push your opponents.
Well, there it is.
We are going to Train.
So
I'm concerned now for Horus.
Yeah, I think this could get very messy, right? Train is a side where if you get a T-side start, you're going to have a very difficult time of things.
Yeah, and especially, I mean, the silver lining for them was that they have this designated AWPer in Dexy, who's likely to wield that, be a little bit dynamic on that CT side. But again, you've got these explosive players on the side of Wind and Rain that are going to try and take space away so rapidly that if you don't adapt fast enough, if you're Horus, you're just going to lose control.
It's interesting that Wind and Rain actually go for the Dust 2 ban.
Yeah.
When Nuke comes in as a ban for Horus, and we find ourselves on Train. And Train is an AWPer's paradise, right? There isn't really a big name AWPer on these two teams from the UK, right?
Swaggy at one point was kind of projecting in that way. He was wielding the AWP so proficiently, he was doing quite well. I think there was as well the time that his Deagle was really, really good. I think he's been moving more towards rifling as of late, and so maybe that does kind of play in. But I think the primary thing to touch on is that on both teams, there's no proficient secondary AWP. They've got the primaries, and I think maybe Swaggy and Dexy. But the question is, can you add the second AWP into the mix? Because as we've seen in so many games historically on Train, the double AWP setup is very hard to breach because you have to approach it via utility, and sometimes that plays on the fact that teams don't have the preparation coming into the matchup. Hopefully we'll get to see how things play out, as, of course, Horus are projected to be the kind of underdog team in this, as they have been for most of the Prem season. Even with Wind and Rain being a new addition and not kind of qualifying themselves, because of the players on the roster, you would expect that they come away with this one. But Train is a bit of unfamiliar territory, at least for me, to see both of these teams perform. But I do certainly hope we see a proficient level of ult play and just good team play on the CT sides primarily. The T side is very much, I expect, to be default oriented, and maybe there'll be an A or B side execute darted in the mix as well.
So one of the players that are playing on the server right now is, of course, Gaborik, right? And he was actually an Estonian in-game leader for a team called WASD. And I actually casted that team a lot when I first sort of started casting, and they had a lot of potential. They rose up the ranks quite a bit, and then they kind of just broke up. But there was a lot of potential in that WASD team, and I believe he was the in-game leader of that roster.
Right. Okay, that does change things up a little bit.
Yeah.
Because I think when you look at that team, who has the leadership capabilities? It's maybe Brody and I guess now Gaborik that really can bounce things off one another. The thing is, with Brody's style of calling, I always felt that it wasn't done very well to implement the rest of the team in the system. It was kind of a set myself up, and maybe my teammates get some frags elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, and I think Horus have obviously been lacking leadership. So this could be something that could turn the tides for them. Plus, it's a new face. We'll see. And, well...
Yeah, Wind and Rain will start on the CT side. So at the very least, they have that to work off of. Gaborik does pick up the kit and flash, or the smoke, sorry, for the CTs. So the potential to ninja defuse as well, dispatch of Molotovs in the post plant if Horus had decided to go towards the B bomb site, which is fairly common to play. But Horus already seemed to have a plan in the round, grouping up primarily towards Ivy. That's where the initial pressure will be faced. Swaggy taking away control towards B, but Gaborik has a lot of pressure coming his way.
Well, Gaborik, crosses with a smoke in his hand. He does get dropped to 71, but he's back to safety. Smoke goes in, looking for the first headshot as Jack B runs into him with his back turn. It will be one from Gaborik. Dex able to pick him up. Be Magic with a follow-up on towards Swaggy. Decent start here for Horus, but it's pulled back into a 2v2. Brody dropped. BHJZ able to find that. It's a 1v2 for Toe Tongue here.
Yeah, the lurking presence of B Magic could certainly catch him out, but Toe Tongue has the idea that this is a possibility. Oh, he doesn't find the kill. 1 HP left on B Magic to come out on top. And Horus, they take the pistol. And initially, the fact that Gaborik is alone in Ivy, he was the one with the kit. So even if it did come into a retake and did come into a proper post-plant position for both teams, that would have been a pretty tough spot to have to recover that piece of utility. And Horus don't even give them the chance. They instead get aggressive and so rapidly as well towards the A side.
Good start from Horus coming into this one. Of course, their last result here in Prem was a 16-1, so they're on par for that. You know, they've
got the one round.
Yep.
This is where it all stops. I don't think that's quite a possibility for Wind and Rain, as much as we may joke about it. Swaggy does have the Scout, which of course can be incredibly impactful on this map, similar to that of Dust 2, the long sight lines. Oh, but maybe a bit of an aggressive play here from Tadpole. Asleep at the wheel a little bit. Did spot out Luke JM, but not quite realizing that he was an opponent as fast as he could have. And Horus are still waiting for other bits of aggression here from that CT side. Of course, with it being the force buy, every kill is important for the CTs to try and alleviate some of that pressure. Gaborik finds one outside. That's Luke JM to hit the deck, and instead Horus will accelerate towards B.
Well, Toden looking for headshots on the D-goal. There's the first looking for the follow-up. He has done damage, 10 HP on BHJZ, and he can't cross. He cannot cross at this point. So the smoke has to come in, utility has to be used up, and Dexy, he's blinded. He can't spot if anybody's crossing just yet, and eventually Brody will walk in towards his crosshair. Follow-up from Dexy. He will be dropped by Totung, and still 10 HP on BHJZ, so there's a good chance here in the 2v2 for the CT side. No kit, so they've got to move quickly. And BHJZ's got aggressive. He spotted the head of Totung, but he can't take him. He cannot take him down. And Gaborik doesn't clear the angle. Headshot comes in. It's all onto Totung. 1v2 inside of the bomb site with the time ticking. No kit, and that might just cost him. He turns up towards heaven, and he whiffs the spray. Jack B takes his head off, and Horus will find two, but oh, that was close.
Yeah, that got very, very dangerous. Dexy has to pull up big with that couple set of kills. The fast turnaround on Swaggy was really what pushed the advantage further for Horus. Toting just had no idea where those players were approaching from. Didn't have the information, didn't have a player spotting at a distance either to help him out. So Horus, although it does get dicey, they convert against the anti-eco. Wind and Rain just with upgraded pistols in this round. Of course, with the damage and the kills that came through, they can afford to do so. Still buy up into the following round. Brody looking for a bit of aggression in his own right, but not going to find anything for it.
I did say if you get off to a poor start on the T side, that's when things can start to look very rough for you. But Horus have got off to a good start on the T side. So that's the complete opposite. If you can get a good amount of runs on the T side, that's a recipe for success here on Train.
Yeah, and so far the weapons that they lost in that last round as well, the rifles were recovered primarily as well, right? So
yeah.
they don't have to reinvest in SMGs or buy the SMGs out of their hands.
Well, shots from Luke going in towards the connector. He'll hide it behind the E-box, rattling the shots off. That's 2 picked up. It's going to be a 2-man advantage for Horus, and this should be rather easy for them to clean up. Much better performance so far from Horus. Drops Swaggy, Brody and Tadpole in 2v5. Time taking. And it will be a 3-0 lead here for Horus, certainly to ensue.
Yeah, Luke JM gets 3, the flying Mac-10. Super effective against Tadpole. And so far, so good. I mean, the weapons do now come out for Wind and Rain. We talked about how the AWP can be an extremely powerful weapon and tool to have on this CT side. We'll see where Brody does position himself, but on the other side of things, we've actually got Jack B on the AWP. I would have thought it would have been in Dexi's hands, but of course, with the Horus lineup, they do seem to have a prolific secondary AWPer as well. Maybe Dexi's taking more of a backseat as he's had some pretty nice kills on the rifle as well so far.
Smoke goes in, Jack sits back behind it. It goes through. Damage done onto Gaborik, who's dropped to 45. He hasn't really had the greatest time in towards Ivy just yet. Horus have had his number, well, in this first gun round. It seems to be the same, dropped to 44. Has to back off.
Yeah, he doesn't have a secondary player to reapply a smoke in this position either, so he kind of has to take a fight or leave back lanes relatively exposed. Of course, we could see on the minimap, Brody is trained on the angle, so Gaborik can play a bit more safe. Thing is, if Brody gets smoked off, Gaborik's in for a world of hurt. There's the smoke. The kill through the smoke there from Brody. Gaborik swings out wide, and they're fully flashed up as well. The double from Gaborik as they shut down the round just like that. In an instant, Wind and Rain keep all their players alive and successfully hold on to all of their weapons.
Well, 3-1. Wind and Rain, they will find their first. And they need to continue this through to this next one, because obviously, if you get that one-round win on the CT side, but you let it spiral out of control, you lose the follow-up, that sort of back and forth can start to happen. And that always favors the T-side economy.
Yeah, we'll see if they can convert. I mean, a bit of Brownhole's control being pushed on forward by, and Brody has the angle with the AWP.
Well, he's got a decent angle here, but there is another player on the other end of it, Dexy with his AWP. So it comes down to a game of patience. Which player's going to bite first? Obviously, you'd expect Luke to be the first player from the T side to extend, but look at this push. There's no need to get aggressive upper B at this point. With 2 players pushed in towards T-Con, they've got control of the map at the minute. They've got so much control here. There's
nobody on the Horus side as well to prevent any sort of push through T main, and they may actually go all the way here on the side of Wind and Rain.
This is well played from Brody, not overextending. He knows eventually they'll walk into his crosshair, and he'll walk away with 1 bullet, 2 kills. So great start for the CT side.
Yeah, B-Magic linger on the other side of the smoke. I think realizing this was a hole exploitable by the CT side, and Swaggy goes unchecked. 2 versus 5 now for the remaining Horus players, and B really the only option. The A-side attack, one of the avenues has been completely chopped off, and Toton gets 1, traded right back by BHJZ.
May have the first kill, but needs to find 4 more into the 1v5 clutch.
This is so hard to deal with. Look at where Wind and Rain are positioned.
Well, he's got the headshot. Swaggy drops with his knife, and Tadpole's ready for it. 3-2. Another on the board for Wind and Rain. Money not great here, but it's collateral. Brody's so patient the entire round, and then he gets his reward, luckily.
Yeah, sometimes you see the AWPer just sort of like move their feet, sort of dart back and forth a little bit. And no, Brody doesn't move a muscle. So it just hits mouse 1, gets 2 frags. Easy as that. Now Horus don't have rifles to buy up in the round. Instead, it's just the pistols. After 2 in a row from Wind and Rain, and 2 very convincing ones at that, the tone changes for Horus. Pressure towards Gaborik. Ooh, spray down on 2, but does get traded out. They're trying to recover that Krieg, but not able to do so. He's the only casualty of the round. The rest of Wind and Rain sweep things up. And now Horus can buy back into this, but the thing is, they can't buy the AWP on Jack B. That seemed to be a part of their system on the T side. Hasn't worked out since Wind and Rain have been on proper rifles. And they actually will save. They're going for the half buy instead because they can't afford that extra utility, the extra weaponry on all their players. And they've really been favoring this Ivy position on the side of Horus. Group themselves up once more.
Well, a lot of utility being thrown in towards Ivy from both sides. Then they'd doing slightly more damage onto Horus. Tadpole will get the first kill. Jack is going to be finished off. Man advantage for the CT side. Gaborik, this is ballsy. He's making his way through the smoke. Playing close in towards Ivy.
He is so alone as well.
Oh, he's one and done here.
Oh,
Can't fall back. Gonna get a little bit more. There's 2 kills to give a 3rd kill. Well, it was technically looking like a one and done, but he walks away with 3 kills.
What do we know? Horus weren't spaced correctly to really trade things out. Of course, no armor available either. So that makes things easier for Gaborik, and Tadpole gets the double himself as well. Ever since Wind and Rain have gotten themselves on the rifles, Horus haven't looked too hot. So much map control gained by Wind and Rain in the early stages, especially with the AWP having such long sight lines. Brody's had no contest, and actually it's the double AWP setup on the T side of things for Horus. Maybe looking to catch Brody out or catch one of these players on a good spawn. Jack B won't go for the peek instead, Molotov out of position.
Well, utility is certainly being used up early from the CT side, but it's gaining them a lot of control. You can see they push proactively towards Ivy. They've been going for that push in towards T-Con, and I love this from Wind and Rain. They're bringing the fight to Horus. This time, though, B Magic comes out on top of the battle, and Gaborik is finished off. If they can consistently do that, that'll eventually slap his wrist hard enough that he falls back and doesn't really attempt it again.
And the thing is, because Gaborik was alone for such a long time, Brody's actually in a position to trade things out if they had pushed without the flashbang there, so presence of mind to be as meticulous as possible. Jack B, how does he get both? Swaggy had the close angle, looked to trade things out, but Jack B gets 2 with the AWP. Totung to try and perform heroics here as Jack B looks for an opportunity. Instead, it's Tadpole who springs the trap, and now Totung, 3 to find. B Magic puts him in an early grave, an equalizing round from Horus. And it's that simultaneous crunch on towards the A site from Horus that really makes things difficult for the remaining Wind and Rain players.
Round number 9 coming up. It's going to be the double up setup for Wind and Rain. And we kind of talked about neither side really having that solid double up setup, but we'll see if Brody and Swaggy can make that happen. Yeah. Certainly capable players. Jack's a little bit of a lag there, but he will be walking towards the Molotov force forward. He's still burning, and oh no. Has to hide in the corner. Nate comes in, and that's just one of those rounds, isn't it?
He stays a bit too long to get roasted and toasted.
This utility usage from Wind and Rain has been excellent.
Yeah. Thus far, I mean, Horus haven't really got a procedure in place to retake A main control either. They've lost control of it now 3 times within this half, and each and every time they've just kind of contacted their way in to see if they can find those picks. Some teams often implement a Molotov, a set flashbang as well to make things a little bit easier. So they're relying on the individuals.
Well, Gaborik in the corner. Missed shot from Dexy. That was a pixel. Too far to the left. Gaborik will take 2 kills. It's going to be Luke JM and BHJZ into a 2v5. First kill comes in from Luke, but it has to be the 1v4 for BHJZ. Bomb plant coming through. Smoke is off towards the left to cover off that vision from the CT side. BHJZ wants to play with it, but the nade comes in. Flank coming through as well. Just so many angles he has to be careful of. He will look back, takes the fight against Gaborik, knows exactly where Tadpole is coming from, but can't deal with it. And that makes it 5-4 here as Wind and Rain find themselves another.
Yeah, and none of the Wind and Rain players rushed him down there as well. They made sure to maintain that man advantage by holding those long sight lines that there were few options for Beach to really work around with on the Horus side. Not giving him opportunities to make that clutch attempt work. Wind and Rain will once again edge themselves into the lead. Horus look to equalize once more, but it's so far been not quite scrappy. It's been slowly played from both of the sides, and it's really come down to some excellent timings from both of them to find these early picks. And in fact, like you said, the utility usage from Wind and Rain has been almost flawless. So much damage done on B Magic initially, and Toten finds two towards the B bomb site. Swaggy contributing one as well.
Well, Swaggy has another angle smoke come. That's a nade trying to cover off the cross, but it's Swaggy who still picks it up. And it's all on B Magic, who had potential to have a great flank there, but obviously with his teammate falling, may not be the best decision. So he goes back over towards CT, and the money is in a dire position for the T side.
Could still line up the backstab. Swaggy doesn't seem too concerned about it as of right now, especially with Gaborik clearing things out from T main. He's cleared the white holes altogether. Do they expect Ivy to be a compromised spot? Swaggy's gone Brody to pick things up, but Bay Magic, the crisp double kill, both the AWPers eliminated, the long sight lines not maintained, and although they still have the bomb in play, B Magic could certainly find some isolated duels. Tadpole puts an end to it, however. That gets a little bit too close for comfort for Wind and Rain. That could have been 4 players up and alive. Instead, only the 2 survive.
Wind and Rain really starting to put the foot on the gas at the minute, building up quite a few rounds for themselves here on the CT side. I think Horus, you know, getting those 4 rounds at the start, it's not bad, but it does give them a chance to potentially sneak away a few more, and they'd be in with a chance already moving into the second half. So they've laid the groundwork, but now they have to try and build on it. As Tadpole lines up 4. You look for the hits, but Swaggy steals it away, and that is a conveyor belt of death for Tadpole.
Yeah, the whole objective there is to overwhelm him, overrun him, but Tadpole, not a sweat of, or a bead of sweat does roll down his head. Instead, he's just cool, calm, collected, finds every single kill, and it's easy as that. The double up once again for the T side. Surely this can't be a part of the plan. I mean, sure, implementing 1 AWP into the system is fine, but you're missing out on so much utility. The fake potential is gone. If you throw smokes towards one of these sites, it has to be the commitment, unless it's commitment towards the bomb site without them. But Jack B, punishment over towards the B bomb site. It wasn't Brody this time, instead it's Swaggy, but Totung looks to sweep things under the rug, find an opening, but Jack B has his number. You'd expect that Horus slow down here as well.
Yeah, you don't want to get caught up in the initial action, right, and give away the 2 kills that you fought hard for. As long as they slow things down, they don't make any mistakes or unforced errors, this should be an easy one for them. Lay the groundwork for the early kill. Good flash indeed. 1 kill comes in from the T side, but Tadpole will pull 1 back. Brody with a follow-up, looking for a little bit more here, Yumi.
Oh, the smoke fades, Brody.
He
He
missed
missed it. And Dexy gets him on the rotation as well.
That's a sitter. That is a sitter. You cannot miss those. Unfortunately, he does. So, Tadpole in a 1v3 is not going to happen for him. Dexy holding off the cross back in towards the site. Tadpole knows that there's a possibility, so he'll try and get close and personal. He may just take away this player. And, well, wanting to do that is Dexy too quick. Reacts fast enough, and Horus, there's their 5th on the board. If this ends 10-5, obviously momentum won't be in their favor, but it's enough rounds to be competitive moving into the second.
Yeah, and I guess it's my own fault for calling out the double up. They have an incredible amount of impact in that round. Double kills on both Jack B and Dexy alike, so they will still hold on to it for this round as well. They saw success with it in the previous round. What's to say it can't happen again? Jack B once more is going for this A site peak just in case Wind and Rain get aggressive. They've gone and pushed in towards A main a couple of times now. Magic will once again position himself in towards Ivy. Gaborik, as always, alone. Molotov actually wouldn't have spread to B Magic anyway, so maybe a bit of a wasted smoke. Wasted utility from both sides.
Ooh. Good headshot from Jack. Gives Horus the advantage. And to be honest, from the juxtaposition from Horus's performance last week to today is massive, right? They're playing much better today. Swaggy will drop the magic, but the trades are coming through. The double up on the T side, nearly another shot off towards the top of the blue train, and that would have been unbelievable, but it's all on Toteng. He's got the first into the 1v3, 2 more players to find. Not going to be easy to find them, but Dexy, he'll drop him before he even has the chance. And at 7-6, Horus keep pushing those numbers up, and it should be 7 apiece here because the money on the CT side is not in a great position on 3 out of 5 players.
Yeah, ever since they've kind of fought tooth and nail for that brown holes control, which they were able to secure early on into the rounds based on Brody having the open play. Since Horus have been fighting back a bit more in that position, applying a bit more pressure, the flashes as well have deterred those peaks, that early control. Horus have been a lot more secure in these rounds. I think Wind and Rain may have recognized that as well, pushing in towards that T-Con position. For now, the dust will settle. Still got Swaggy up close and personal at T-Con just in case as well. Should anybody make any steps, he can hear that rotation on the side of Horus, but he doesn't know how many have made it over towards the B-bomb site.
Well, putting pressure in towards the lowest site. It's Toteng with the first 2, looking for a third on the Deagle. Look will take him away, but Brody steps up for the CT side. It's Dexy and Jack into a 2v4. This is a round you should not lose if you're Horus. They make the risky play of just rushing straight in towards B. Seems like they didn't have a great read of the economy there. It's always risky to run into pistols like that.
Yeah, and the bomb being dropped on the site makes this even more difficult. Swaggy is clearing the white holes and slowly the brown holes as well. Dexy alone up in play, but Gaborik and Tadpole get the last 2 kills. That's the half victory at least secured for Wind and Rain. One more would be a traditional T side or a conventional half for both sides involved. But thus far, Horus will be happy with this. Like you said, 5 rounds, 6 rounds now for Horus is definitely still operatable for them when they switch sides over. The primary objective. Fast play here from B. Traded right back. Gaborik and Tadpole both hit their shots on the orb. And Wind and Rain have been cycling that around.
Well, smoke goes in. That's going to cover off the vision as Dexy will take 1. Gaborik with a smoke kill, it seems. As the bottom plant is denied, it will go down eventually. And Toteng will spray away. B-Magic finished off. It's all on Dexy. 1v2 for Horus to find their 7th. And this is not going to be easy, but at least the bomb is planted. Flash goes in. They have an idea of where he's playing from. They haven't tapped the bomb just yet. Gaborik has a kit. He's also got a smoke that's gone on towards the side. It's only the tap and not sticking it. Missed shot from Dexy. That's another one. Lands it, but it's the like shot. Going back for more, and this is... Oh my god. Someone end this. End it, please, as Dexy finds another. Toteng comes in with a headshot. Needs to recover the kit. And there it is. Is there enough time?
Oh, I don't think he has it. Yeah.
Oh my god. The wasted time. Running towards the bomb. He didn't know where the kit was. And there we go. 1 on the board for the T side. Wind and Rain come out ahead at the half.
That's such an awkward 2v1.
That's
They're both spinning around. They're trying to dodge each other out.
I think that's one of those rounds where everyone involved, including us, wants to forget about it, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
But here is here's the poll. You guys actually think Horus are going to be the winners here? 59 to 43%. Currently, it's not looking like that. It's a 7 here for Wind and Rain.
Those numbers don't even make sense.
They don't.
No. Yeah, it should be. Yeah.
But
at the very
least,
we have the vast majority. Oh, they've been quickly changed. That makes a lot more sense. I mean, still a bit confusing that Horus were predicted to be the victors here. I do think the Twitter polls, maybe people are picking the team they think is going to lose, because it's been the opposite of what we would expect, especially with the shutout performance last week. Of course, that is Horus up against one of the best teams in the UK, so that's a bit of a different matchup altogether, whereas Wind and Rain are still maybe going through a few teething issues. You can see that they have some capacity to go up against the best, doing decent against Fierce, but only 9 rounds. That's not quite close enough to convince the public. Horus do have a kit on B-Magic, the smoke as well. He's positioned towards Ivy, similar to where Gaborik was on their CT half, but now they'll pull the site execute into fruition. Luke Jam above it already.
Well, it's Luke with the headshot. Gaborik will pick up one. And while the HJZ able to find the headshot, Dexy finds the back kill, and it will be Brody with one more in the Glock. Still an advantage for the CT. He's trying to retake. Bomb planted. Dexy looking for the headshot. Can't connect on a Brody. And he's got a second. Switches out to the P2000 looking for the headshot. But he will be dropped by Jack, and Horus find the pistol. And that will be the defuse coming through. So Horus go 2 for 2.
Yeah, good kills. The team ace as well for Horus to find that on the rotation. I mean, a bit delayed as well from Wind and Rain coming out towards the B site, and already a great position being held initially on the B bomb site. So, I mean, Horus seemed prepared for it. Maybe they read into how Wind and Rain like to approach this T side as well. If there's been any official games played by the roster on this map, there's of course some information gathering that can be done. And Wind and Rain, because they got the bomb plant, just the upgraded pistols in the following round. Of course, we see on the Horus side, the Scout and Dexys, a series of rifles, the one SMG for Luke.
It's been the most competitive game of the day, though.
Yeah, so far, which we thought might have been not the case considering the previous scoreline.
Yeah. But, I mean, they're pretty equally matched, right?
Yeah. Not quite as chaotic as we thought either. A little bit, quite slow play from both sides.
Well, there has been some chaos, but not everyone, right?
Yeah.
There's more chaos in our previous game. Although Dexy does take away Swaggy. Could be one from Tadpole coming in towards Luke as they're looking for the headshot on the Scout. It's Dexy looking to connect that. And it goes in, does significant damage on the 2 players, and they are cleaned up. Tadpole and Totung left in a very difficult position. Make it impossible, in fact. As Dexy will take the head off Totung. There's a recovery from Horus as they head into the lead. It's 9-8. But Wind and Rain, all things considered, they should be pretty happy with that. 2 kills in a bomb plant. Not too bad.
Yeah, and that's back-to-back bomb plants as well, right? So
a lot
their
of money
is feeling great for this following round. They should be able to get everything they could possibly want. Likely to see Brody on the AWP. Swaggy not going to join him. The double-up setup definitely more favorable for the CT side, even though we saw Horus actually win quite a few rounds off the back of their double-up T-side setup. So maybe that's something that could be picked up in the future as more of a meta orientation. But for now, the Orcs are out for Horus. Actually, a stronger overall buy for Wind and Rain. See if Horus can keep them back. Maybe even get their hands onto these SGs. Like you said, a bit of metagaming can certainly come in, because if you don't want your opponent to get those SGs, maybe you shouldn't be buying them.
Smoke goes through. Players held in behind it. Wind and Rain not really being damaged by the same sort of utility usage they were throwing at Horus on their CT side. Wind and Rain were very good at sort of throwing those Molotovs in, dropping Horus to very low HP in a lot of these early rounds, but Horus sitting back. They have used quite a bit of utility, but nothing really coming of it.
Yeah, it was good space denial overall. And this time, Wind and Rain aren't going to find the opening pick towards Ivy. That was a problem area for Wind and Rain on their CT side. Big Magic thinking better of staying in that position. Instead holds the off angle from help. Bit of flash pressure. Now 35 seconds left here for Wind and Rain to pull the trigger. Brody's holding the angle. The kill there from B-Magic, at least to bring things back into their favor, but Brody's found another kill. Do they know that Dexy's in this position, though? Brody tracks him down. They take the bomb site 4 versus 2, but Beej is still alive and kicking Luke past the flames, past the connector position as well, and although they will try to lock them out of the site, they fail to do so. Tadpole and Brody find all the kills in the round.
They do indeed, and success is coming their way. It's 9-9. Back and forth we go. Over on Horus, they have a little bit of a decision to make. They have a few players of money, so yeah, they've gone for the force buy. This is going to be interesting to see if this one pays off. If not, well, then we should probably see Wind and Rain extend their lead quite far before we see another buy come in. Loss bonus will be a factor, though, eventually building if Wind and Rain continue to have success, but at that point, the scoreline will start to look pretty scary for the CT side.
Yeah, and they're really hoping that they can get aggressive as well. They need to make use of this MP9 and the 5.7 at some capacity. It's Luke JM with the MP9 towards B. Initially pressured, tagged to 71. Does have a smoke to buy himself a bit more time, but the rotation won't be able to provide too many flashes, no nade towards the bomb site either. So he has to be very conservative. Beej, the control taken towards the A side of the map as well. So Horus can begin to rotate and support Luke JM. In fact, they're going to be in a great position to deal with the site execute here from Wind and Rain.
The utility comes in, smoke up towards the connector, follow up for the sandwich as well. Here comes the utility being used up. Gaborik will find the opening kill. The Estonian making things work as look, he done a little bit of damage, enough for the scout to be lethal. I mean, it was all calculated, right? No problems there. And look how much damage has been done on towards Wind and Rain. These pistols and low weapons could actually be pretty significant, but unfortunately, it's only one player remaining. Here's a 1v4 here. Headshot comes through from Totung, and that is brilliant from Wind and Rain. They find it pretty cleanly, and that's important, right? That really nullifies the fact that there was a force buy on Horus.
Yeah, and that's with Horus having the information, having more players on the site than they should initially even.
They came close to getting quite a few kills. Just couldn't quite get the last few ticks off.
I mean, it was a bit of a surprise. Luke did a double take.
Yeah.
He thought he killed the guy. He realized his teammate finished the job.
So, oh wait.
He's still alive. I didn't get my money. Which, of course, on the SMGs is quite significant.
Yeah, it is, right? Jack B, though, going aggressive with a P250, trying to spot Swaggy. That he will, but he has taken damage. He goes back for more for some reason. I mean, that's kind of like, do I just keep running? I'm probably going to be caught anyway, so might as well turn and fight. Gaborik will find B Magic, and that's 2 players remaining on the CT side. Dexy spotted by Tadpole, and it feels like Wind and Rain are shifting up the gears right now. It's starting to get very easy for them. They might just free will the victory if they can keep this up.
Yeah, and when we saw the veto come through, this while so concerned for Horus is that on an individual level, Wind and Rain are going to be a little bit more loose in their setups. Their anti-ecos will be just as slow, but when they're on these rifle rounds, half expect some of these players, should they have a good spawn, like Swaggy has a very good spawn to peek into T middle or even go towards ladder. With the open play, it's more likely that he'll go for the initial pick. And Horus, they can't afford the AWP, so they're not going to buy into this. They could have had some semblance of weaponry in the round. Instead, they decide against it. Ooh, Swaggy's in for a world of hurt. They push in towards the B ramp, and they've caught themselves their hands on an AWP. Dexy recovers it for Horus, and that makes things difficult.
Well, utility being used up. Molotov goes in. Will be the kill from the Krieg for Gaborik. Molotov begins to go away, and he'll throw the smoke on top of it just before that happens. Follow-up comes in. Luke is forced back. He's taking damage, and Gaborik hears this, and that's enough to spam the smoke. Jack comes in with a big flank though, looking for the triple on the Deagle, but Gaborik saves the day. It's all on Dexy. 1v2. How is he still alive? Going for the follow-up, and that became so scary there for a second. Tadpole making sure 12 came in for Wind and Rain, but that could have gone either way there.
Yeah, that round changes entirely if he finishes that third frag, right? How does he get away with that? How does he find those 2 kills so swiftly?
Well, only 4 more for Wind and Rain to find here to take away Train. And while Horus put up a great fight throughout the first half, I haven't really looked too solid on the CT side. Perhaps it's the double op setup that will find them success.
In the first gun round, they had no ops to play with instead, and so Wind and Rain could run riot. Didn't have to be concerned about the insta-kill. Although Swaggy got caught off in the last round. Oh, Dexy, shoot. Would love to see him do a bit of tag damage through there. Not going to be the case, not thinking to go for it. Said Horus. Still a slow approach. No map control really gained here from that CT side. I think we're just beginning to see on the minimap Jack B make some movements over towards Ivy. But Wind and Rain are setting up for the B side execute once more. They overran Horus here last time with a heavy rotation. We'll see if they can do it again.
Smoke execute coming in. Dexy holding off the top. Luke JM stands inside the bomb site, just the other end of the oil train as they start to run straight through lower. Luke will pick up the headshot onto Gaborik. Looking for the follow-up. He's got it. And Tadpole able to come in with a headshot. Looking good for the CT side. Finally, Horus getting a little bit of success here, but it's not done yet as Brody. Oh, Brody finds the follow-up. It's a 2v2 here, and a good chance for Wind and Rain to steal it back. It's all on Brody, though. He needs the quad kill. The 1v2 clutch needs to go his way, and he's left ramp. He's gone for the aggressive stance, and this might catch them off guard.
Yeah, they'll have no idea that he's here, and he's worried about the flank.
He's also got a Molotov.
Surely not. That's surely
Tap
the way.
comes in.
Oh, there's not close enough to trade.
The shot comes in, he's got the Molotov. This is the big play. There's no smoke to get rid of it. The molly lands on the bomb. He goes aggressive. Leg shot comes in. What a clutch from Brody. 4 kills go his way. And that's the 1v2 to give Wind and Rain their 13th.
That is not what you want to see if you're Horus. You finally get yourself into a position to start winning rounds on the CT side. And Horus, they've fallen short. They thought for sure he'd be in ramp, but that's a great play from Brody. A great mind game and a bluff called.
That was so well played from Brody to go aggressive. He doesn't cower up in the upper brown holes. He goes for the aggressive stance. They don't even know where he is. That is so smart from Brody. And 3 away here, Wind and Rain looking solid. Aggression from Jack, a great deagle headshot. He's had a few of those.
Yeah, worried he gets the double again. That could have been concerning. That would be a way back into this half if you're Horus. You need a miracle round like that because it can certainly swing momentum. We saw what it did to the economy in one of our earlier games as well. Horus looking for a bit of space. They may just find the timing on Gabor, go around the corner. They actually jump up. It's the totem pole that takes him down. Get their hands on an SG as well, but they're certainly tagged down low. Dexy, the only healthy player that remains for Horus, and he's taking control as well towards Team main, and actually going for a long wrapping flank through Ivy.
Smoke goes through towards E-Box. Grenade. Doesn't quite reach its mark. It does, actually. Yeah. There we go. It took a while, and eventually comes through. So, 2v2. Swaggy starts to make his way through on towards the site. Low HP on Luke. And it's just looking so likely that Wind and Rain are going to close this. They're looking so solid on the T side.
Yep.
Horus has to save. The money's not bad, but they know winning this is pretty much impossible. No kit, no utility.
Yeah, and the fact that they got their hands on that AWP as well. They should have been able to buy it up regardless of what happened, but it means that Dexy can get a bit more support utility, some kit available as well, and shouldn't have to worry about the armor situation either, so he might be able to get away with this one. Swaggy's closing up on him. Just narrowly gets away. The pre-fire not going to quite convert for Swaggy. But if it's going to start anywhere, it has to start here. This is the full buy. Everybody's going to buy down to low economy on the CT side of things, and there's not many opportunities to have as strong a setup as this if you're Horus.
When Horus switch over to the CT side, things have just gone wrong. I feel like the utility usage really isn't on point. I think that's a big part of Train, is understanding how to use the utility effectively to sort of hold Wind and Rain back, prevent these initial pushes, and also keep it into the late run. So Horus haven't really got the grasp of that just yet in Wind and Rain. Well, they've been able to exploit it time and time again. And they've got the utility advantage here in round number 24 as well.
Yeah, and they haven't been taking map control away from the Ts either. Not allowed to cheat rotations over. It's the A-side execute that seems to be in the play for Wind and Rain. And the smokes will deny information and they'll push themselves out. Gaboric leading the charge.
Molotov goes in towards Hell. B-Magic able to pick up Swaggy. And, well, Tadpole pulls a Molotov and Luke will catch him off. Brody with a pickup. He's been the hero of Wind and Rain so far. Let's see if he can do it again as he's on towards the bomb site. Gaboric able to take a headshot but traded back. Brody with another. He will eventually fall, so it's all on Toting. 1v2. He's had one of the quieter performances on his team, and he will end up falling. Jack will take him down, and there it is, 14-10. Another here for Horus. You said it needed to start here. Well, it's a start.
It is certainly a start. I mean, a long journey still. I mean, only 4 rounds, sure, but they need to fight back against this buy right back here from Wind and Rain. And as they start to lose more and more rounds, Wind and Rain will have the money to buy off as well.
They took a long time to purchase there on the T side.
Yeah, taking their sweet time. Maybe missing out on some spawn timings, but at the very least, Wind and Rain get it into position early enough. Jack B not taking aggressive ground holds control and actually beating past his scope. Swaggy catches him out. That's the kill.
No way.
Dexy gets one on the rotation, however.
I was going to say, no way he gets 2 there against both ops. That would have been absolutely horrible, right? And it's going to be a 4v4 here. Brody close towards the smoke. PSJZ's already up towards Oil Train, though.
Brody's being Molotov'd out of position, though. And oh, B, she's trying to catch them out, but Brody from the backside alleviates that pressure. Horus, the 2 versus 4. Dexy and B-Magic. And now just B-Magic. It has to be done, but he's taken down from a distance. That had to be the start before, and they just can't convert on consecutive rounds.
Yeah, It's not like the consistency just isn't there on the
Yeah.
CT side. They don't have a system. They don't have a winning formula to keep up across multiple rounds, and unfortunately that has cost them here. It's going to be map point for Wind and Rain, looking to try and grab a win here against Horus.
And it's weird that I've been probably more impressed with Horus's T side than their CT. When we saw them pick up the double AWP, I thought that their CT side would be incredibly strong.
And the other thing is, Train, we always talk about the T side being one of the most difficult halves within CS, if not the most difficult half within competitive Counter-Strike. So it's pretty crazy that we see a team like Horus that we've sort of talked about in depth, how lack of structure.
Yeah,
they have such a
maybe.
lack of structure. I'm trying to find a nice way of phrasing this. But anyway, the fact is that Train is so difficult, and while Horus did play well on it, Dexy will take the first kill on towards Brody. This may be another chance for them as Dexy finds the follow-up. That's 2 coming his way.
It's only spotted a pixel from each of them. But it's just enough to find the frag.
No trade yet, but it could come through here. Tadpole able to pick up one, but Jack runs over the top of the blue Train. Tongue will take him away. And it's a 2v3. Still recoverable for the T side, but it's not going to be that easy.
Can B-Magic find the timing? He's waiting around the train. There's the backstab on the first player. Land the shot. There it is eventually. Tudden has the information, but can he find these kills fast enough?
Oh, good pre-fire on the first kill. Looking for the last 2 though. He'll look back over towards Pop Dog. He has got a nade and a flashbang, but he's waiting on the timing. Waiting for the player to peek, and it just doesn't go his way. Luke will pick him up. It's 15-11 as Horus. They stay alive. Seems like Wind and Rain can't put 2 together.
Yeah. Stopping just at the precipice.
They still got a decent buy coming in here, though. Well, they should do. They take a very long time
Brody's
to actually...
on rough money.
Yeah,
They're going for a couple of AKs, and that's it.
Yeah, it's always hard to know what Wind and Rain are doing on their buys, it seems, because they're so late to doing it. But yeah, they've gone for a bit of a half buy. They'll have 2 AKs, a couple of Deagles, and Brody will save everything, so...
Would have maybe liked Tadpole to not have bought.
Oh, no.
Oh, they all line up, but only 1 kill.
Not a good start, but the T side, they're starting to pull it back slightly. It is a 3v4, it's still doable. As all 3 of them not have rifles, and Toten, he's going to be looking in towards the site. He has got some damage landed. But Horus know they can't really afford to make a mistake. They don't have to. So they go for the boost. I like this play. It's good for a kill on towards Tadpole. Molotov comes in, but the bomb plant is going to be planted. It's all onto Toten, but he's caught in the open by Luke. And a retake is successful for Horus. They'll get that defuse in. Bomb plant does allow for a lot of money to be picked up here for Wind and Rain, so we move into the next one. With a full buy available to them, they can even get an AWP if they desire.
Yeah, great reaction from Horus and great patience as well on that CT side, not over pushing and feeling like they had to make those rotations so forcefully towards the A-bomb site. Instead, just keeping calm and composed, going for a late boost as well. That brought them the space they needed in the round. Horus, though, I'd expect at some point they try and go for a level of map control that we haven't really seen on the CT side so far. If they allow Wind and Rain enough of these rounds and enough of the space in these rounds to kind of operate and set themselves up for execute, I'd expect that Wind and Rain finally crack for a 16th.
The utility usage from Wind and Rain, from Horus, should I say, I've brought it up a few times, is pretty poor. So I'd say a pretty fast play from Wind and Rain could be the right call here. You test them, see how much they can handle you.
You're getting into crunch time rounds, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, that is the scary factor, right? You don't really have that leeway to play with. Yeah, I've got a few rounds, though. It's like when you get deep in the strat book. What's left? What idea have you got?
Horus are playing it so far back as well. They don't want to give these opportunities in, but the range from the Krieg finds the first kill. Dexy able to trade, but they give up the bomb site.
Wind and Rain haven't quite seized it just yet. Horus setting up for a few opportunities here. Dexy and Luke, they will find 2 kills. Looking good here for Horus, pulling it back, and Brody, alone in the 1v4, has picked up the first, but still needs 3 more to make this possible. Bombs planted for him. There's the second kill. Brody, he's done this before. He's had a big clutch, but this would be monumental. Looking for the triple, but Jack B's got him. And Horus, they survive the scare. They will get themselves a 13th, and yes, this is really crunch time.
And it's again Horus playing for the retake in that situation. They don't take the fights initially, they just allow Wind and Rain out, but they strike at the perfect moments. They get the kills before the bomb goes down. Brody's thrust in a pretty upsetting position. Of course, he was still able to find those first 2 kills to make it competitive, but you cannot rely on him to get all of those kills. You shouldn't have to. Horus doing a great job of finding those picks back and expressing some more patience on that CT side. In response, it's Wind and Rain. A faster play on the cards, the upgraded pistols in the round.
Well, Swaggy pushing forward with the C set is going to get his head torn off, and Temple able to pick up 1,
Ooh.
make it 2 on the Deagle. Wind and Rain, they've got rifles to play with. Smoke is on towards the site. Not like this, Horus. This would be the worst way to lose possible after quite an impressive comeback into this. To make it competitive, to lose in this fashion would be ridiculous. As Dexy will pick up Tadpole, Gaborik holding the angle. Totung in his crosshair. But look, is going to drop over. Footstep mid. Totung has the lineup. There's the kill. Pulled into a 3v2, and the time is ticking. The CTs need to move forward. They've got an AWP, but it's not looking good here. It's all on Dexy. 1v2 is needed. And he's going to look close. There's the second. 1 more to find. Up on top of the brown train. Smoke is onto the site. Going to go for the defuse. It's the Hail Mary play. Defuse coming through. It's the headshot from Brody, though. That will give Wind and Rain the win.
You said it had to likely to be a rush play, the utility not there on the side of Horus, and that's exactly what they go for. Tadpole getting that swift double entry on the Deagle makes all the difference. Yep. I mean, if you don't have those procedures in place, at some point you're going to crack.
Yeah, the utility usage was definitely a weakness that you could see was evident, and while in the end when things get desperate, when you run out of ideas, the fast play, it gets called and it works for them.
Yeah, I mean, it took them a fair while to get there. We thought maybe Wind and Rain would close things out, but instead, Horus make things a bit competitive.
Well, Horus definitely showing up in a small way at least. They get a few runs on the board. We're going to go to a short break though, and we've got the rest of the action, the match to watch coming after the break.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Hello and welcome back to the ESL Premiership. We have got a match to watch coming up. It's going to be Vexed taking on Fierce Esports. Both teams completely undefeated, but that will change today. I've got Yumi joining me. I nearly said Hawker, but you know, I'm just so used to that.
You're going through the process.
The withdrawals. I mean, it's getting better. You're here, right?
Well, I mean, I'm not making as many dad jokes as he does.
Yeah, that is a positive. That is a massive positive. I'm going to be honest. But yeah, we have got the best game of the day coming up on paper, right? We've got Fierce taking on Vexed, and well, this definitely should be the closest, but sometimes we will see the two best teams can be a bit of a whitewash.
Yeah, we're not really sure what to expect. I mean, Fierce have certainly been still contending for that top spot in the UK. They're kind of tied alongside Endpoint, it feels like. Vexed have solidified that spot. But they're really competing to see which of them is the strongest of the rival that's forming against that top team.
Well, here is the roster from Fierce: Astro, Fry, Artis, Impulse, and Jenko. All names you should be pretty familiar with.
Yeah, we touched on Impulse before as well because he was the top performer from last week's games. We expected that he'll probably have that same level of impact with... honestly, in fairness, I'm almost a little bit disappointed that we haven't seen more impact from Fry over the weeks. He's one player that I'm really excited to watch every time he's in the server, and sometimes that, I suppose, has been a struggle. He hasn't found that same level of consistency that I'm familiar with.
He has always been that consistent player for the team as well, that you know is going to put up the 20 kills every game. And he has won the Prem VP quite a few times last season, so yeah, definitely a scary sign for Fierce. We'll have to see if Fry can step up in a big way today. But the Vex roster, obviously, they've stuck together for quite some time. They've had a few changes, obviously with Eccles coming in, and that's a new addition to the team, actually from Fierce, so we've got a bit of a grudge match going on here.
Yeah, I mean, we touched on it before with Laza facing up against Endpoint. This time, Eccles up against Fierce, and so, I mean, maybe there's a bit of a counterplay that can come in.
Maybe.
He'll have an idea of how they set up, but I don't imagine they'll stray too far away from their game plan. They know that they should be the ones to win this game, but of course they can never underestimate Fierce in any capacity.
Yeah, definitely, and obviously we have a team filled with great players, but for me, King Mezzi is probably the player to watch here.
Yeah, he's the one that, again, was that consistent performer, and he showed as such in last week's games, being the star man for the side. Obviously, with it being such a whitewash game, not able to get maybe the 30 bombs or contribute in that manner, but still putting up decent numbers. And I remember from the ADR charts, still kind of breaking that 100 mark as well. Yeah,
well, we have got the map video just about ready, and well, this is going to be more fun to take a look at because we have two teams here that are actually teams, so we should see more tactical maps, you'd hope. So we're going to get to see the first sort of bands coming through. And what sort of maps are we expecting?
I would expect that Fierce won't want to play maps like Overpass or Nuke, especially up against Vexed, whereas I actually would be a bit surprised if we see anything other than maybe a Mirage or Inferno kind of creep through. I think both of those teams will be comfortable with that. There's a lot of upset potential there as well. I think Dust 2 is certainly... I don't think that's a smart idea at all.
Well, Fierce going for the nuke ban, that's something Vexed have been practicing and getting pretty good at, so that's understandable. Train coming in as a ban for Vexed. They haven't really played it a whole lot, and Fierce have looked pretty good on it at times. Mirage, I feel like, has to be a ban here at a certain point for Fierce, because that's been a map that Vexed have just looked so good on.
At the same time, though, that's the map that Veloce, previously Buzzkill, took Vexed to overtime on, right? So, I mean, there's maybe something to take away from that.
Maybe.
But that is several weeks ago now, so Vexed have likely plugged up that hole and figured that one out.
Yeah, that could be definitely a bit of an off day. Vexed do have those sometimes, where they have a little bit of an off day. You know, that can happen for a team that isn't quite professional, but getting there.
Yeah, they're certainly on the right track to do so.
Yeah.
Fear's still kind of figuring things out. Dust 2 is removed. Overpass as well. We still have Inferno, Mirage.
Mirage is still in there. Inferno is still in there. Two decent maps here for Vex. So, Fierce, which way do they want to go with this?
I think it's good. I'm feeling the Mirage.
I'm feeling the Mirage. I think it's a decent middle ground. I think, obviously, Vexed, this is probably their best map traditionally, but I think Fierce can definitely bring a good fight to them on it.
We have seen Vexed play Vertigo before.
Oh, that is the other map that's left, which is pretty crazy, right? We got to see Vertigo today. It's pretty crazy if we got to see two Vertigos in one day at the ESL Premiership.
Yeah, not quite what you would expect coming into UK Counter-Strike. But, I mean, they're both teams that should have practiced the map, especially with, like you said, the Major being on, or the Major being on, as well as recently New York as well. There's a lot of ideas and strategies that could be maybe pulled away and trickle down from those top level teams.
And these are going to be teams that practice, which is good, because a lot of the other teams will not practice to the same extent these guys do.
And they'll pay attention to the upper echelons, right? with a keen eye.
And
just
they
to
also
make
have
sure.
good in-game leaders. Like Adam will be a player that is constantly looking to try and improve this Vex roster. So hopefully they have taken some of these from that. And well, here it is. Vertigo and Inferno are the last two bans. Fierce actually get rid of Vertigo, and we go with the Inferno ban for Vex, leaving Mirage. So it is the map we all expected there. It is the middle ground, and
Yep.
I do have to favor Vex here.
Yeah, I think they certainly should have the advantage. I think when we come into the game, Fierce are likely to try a few gimmicky plays to start things off, just to maybe throw a bit of a curveball there at Vex, because they'll expect them to play slow, methodical Counter-Strike. Maybe Fierce do exactly the opposite to catch them out.
Yeah, well, I think at this point we're going to have a very close affair. Like you said, has gone to overtime Mirage before. But with Vex just having a lot of preparation, if it gets into those late stages, they're just going to have more ideas.
Yeah, I think the longer this grinds away, if they don't find stable footing in the early stages, like you said, adaptations will come through and they'll start to claw away at any lead that would be gathered or garnered by the Fierce side. Vexed have a lot of advantages coming into this. They've been more consistent with their roster. They've had more consistent results. But Fierce are certainly underdogs in the slimmest of margins. They were at the precipice. They were at the top for a few months in a row, and then they lost it. And then this other team came out of the woodwork.
Yeah. Vex actually broke into the top 30 in Europe on ESL TV, which is quite an impressive result. Started to play well, and sort of like there was loot bet tournaments that are on ESL TV every month. I think they also played in one of the other hotshot tournaments. So they've played a couple of online tournaments, and they are getting pretty decent results against some of these EU teams. And I think that will give them a lot of experience that they can bring to the UK scene. But we'll see if that is the case, though, as we move into this one. It's proving to be a very close affair. We'll see if Vex can get it done on their CT side or Fierce on their T side. It will be utility on Astro and Fry, the rest with Kevlar.
Yeah, the dually is actually brought up by Adam again. Actually dropped over by Messi, it seems.
Still rocking those.
It's maybe not just a fan appeal. Maybe he actually finds so much success on it. It's well practiced. Well, the smokes come through and Kray's been taken down through the smoke. Fierce find the opening pick, do so without getting traded, but now Adam's here with the dualies.
Trying to spam away with the dualies, trying to show some skill, but not coming through just yet. Link will drop Artist, bomb planted. A 4v4, good headshot from Adam coming in as Jenko goes aggressive. Eccles has got him. And it's all an impulse and Fry trying to make it happen. 2v4 as utility still available on the CT side. There's a kit somewhere around there. As the impulse is looking for the headshots, tapping on the Glock. Fry will pick up Adam. Defuse coming through. It's going to be the 10-second stick as impulse up inside the palace will be dropped by Mezzi. And there is the defuse coming right through as Vex will go up 1-0, finding the pistol. Initially, it was a good start coming in, but kind of fell apart for Fierce in the post plan.
Yeah, not quite able to take control away from that CT side. You saw the idea to push CT, and Vex able to deal with it quite handily. If those kills had gone the other direction, things get ever so dire on those rotations, but of course, you got to hit the kills, you got to get the headshots, and Vex to deliver exactly that. Fierce, we'll see if they can force buy right back, take this as a first round. Astro's got himself his hands on the Krieg. Fry will join him with that particular set of weapon. Kray's already low HP as well. Tag on through from the scout is successful, and they're slowly making progress towards this middle position, crunching from both angles. Adam takes a brunt of damage. But Mezzi's there primed with the counter nade, seeing if he can capitalize on space, and Kray finds the first pick.
Well, Kray does drop Astro, since who a man advantage on the CT side is Artist. Oh my god, he gets the jumping headshot, and he will switch out to the Krieg. So he has the better weapon, and he's pulled it back into a 4v4. This is the problem when you get the bomb plant. I say problem, not so much a problem for Fierce, but a problem for me personally. I just do not like it. When the T side get a bomb plant, they can get a better buy than the CTs, which is kind of weird to me. It kind of favors the losers.
Well, hopefully it shouldn't favor them in this round. I think Vexed have an idea of where Fierce are positioned. But yeah, it's certainly a tough position to deal with when the Ts find that bomb plant.
Link is going to be waiting for it. Trade comes in from Fry. It's going to be a 3v3, low HP on Eccles and Kray. Eccles peeks out, even though he has low HP, he still gets headshots. Fry will drop him, 2v2 yet again, back and forth we go. Fierce stand a better chance, realistically, of winning this one. They've got the HP advantage, bomb planted, both have Kriegs. There's a flashbang left and full Kevlar as well. Helmets involved. This MP9 is going to be difficult to do anything with, as Cray needs to get close. He's been spotted as well. Artist knows exactly where he is. Here's the bullet of the MP9 as well. So things not looking great here for Vexed. And Cray seems to have timed out a little bit. He's lagging a bit, and well, yep.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Yeah, that's a very awkward way to lose a round.
Yeah, well, there we go. Fierce Esports, they will find themselves one on the board after the force spike comes through.
I mean, we saw it at New York, didn't we? Somebody alt-tabbed.
Oh, yeah, it was Amanek.
Yeah, Amanek alt-tabbed.
He jumps off short, alt-tabbed, but still wins.
That actually looked like kind of what happened to Cray there. He just sort of freezes up, spins around. That looked like...
Yeah, it was either timing out, lagging
Yeah.
or tabbed out, yeah. Luckily, those PCs in New York automatically tab back in, though.
Yeah, that's...
That was probably one of the best updates CS has ever had, where you just have like that instant tab back in. You have to remember back to when you tab in, it used to take about 5 seconds to
Yeah.
get back into the game.
You'd be like, oh, something's popped up on my window, and I'm dead because they've
Yep.
executed.
Even when you have like a beast PC, you know, you spent thousands of pounds trying to get a good PC and it just doesn't work.
I remember I used to have this problem where like you swipe too hard, your
I
mouse
used to
would end
have
up on the
that
other
as well,
on your other monitor, and you click and just be like, oh, how has that happened? Keep me in the window.
Yeah. Also, you used to have the problem that when I had like a terrible gaming mouse, the DPI wasn't high enough. So like when I would flick really fast, it would just, the sensor's not good enough to react.
Like spin out.
So I would just stop.
Oh.
Yeah, it was awful.
Yeah, usually it's the complete opposite. Usually it spins you around, or like you aim at the floor.
Yeah.
Thankfully, we've come a long way
We
in
have
mouse
come a
technology.
long way.
Now wireless mice are
Yeah,
as good.
exactly. Yeah, the G Pro is one of those mice that are floating around that literally doesn't have a cable, so
Yeah.
pretty crazy. Also, I remember that Razer started doing that thing where they were discussing like a floating mouse on the April Fool's Day, and everybody actually believed it. That was ridiculous.
No limits. I remember. That's, of course, all just a little bit interesting to see that we've, of course, come that far, but we can't have too many indications of what's going to happen in this game, unfortunately, because we've only had a couple of rounds play out.
Well, unless Cray had like the worst PC ever, I don't think it's a tab out problem. We have got technical pause going in.
Well, interesting, I casted a game recently where I think it was Spiddy, who's out of nowhere in the last map of a best of 3. His whole team just stopped the game. They're like, wait, we have a problem. We heard an explosion, and Spiddy's no longer in TeamSpeak.
Oh.
and so his, as far as I'm aware, his PC just burst into flames.
Kapoom.
Not quite on fire.
Spontaneous combustion.
But he was able to steal his girlfriend's PC to finish off the official.
That's dedication right there. A similar story actually happened in an event I was working a month ago for one of the qualifiers for ESL One New York. Optic were obviously the team that won that invitational and went on to get the spot at New York. But during their time, they were playing big in the semi-finals of this tournament, and MSL just had to stop playing. His kitchen had went on fire. They were winning like 10-1 or something.
Oh no.
His kitchen goes on fire, and we have a 1-hour break while he drives to his brother's apartment and starts playing.
Wow.
His kitchen was on fire.
Did he at least put it out? That's.
I think he put it out.
Yeah, I hope so.
I mean, they got the spot in New York, so...
I mean, is it?
Is it worth it?
Yeah.
Obviously for MSL it was, so... Yeah, I think everything was okay, though.
I mean, I have to say, he's been definitely looking better on the AWP.
He has indeed. We did see some good plays at ESL One New York from him. And,
I really am keen to see Mezzi get his hands on it in this game.
Yeah.
He's the one that... It surprises me still that he's as proficient as he is with that weapon so far. He's so prolific on the rifles as well. But, I mean, if he's able to do it with whatever weapon he has, I suppose it doesn't matter in the long run. It's like, why bother aiming at the head when I can just shoot anybody, anywhere,
yeah.
except the feet?
Speaking of that was quite funny. On Reddit recently, obviously they had that whole thing about Astralis don't aim at head level.
Yeah.
Top post on Reddit this morning. Evil geniuses are weird. They're aiming at the head.
They're aiming at head level and no one's talking about it.
Love that. It's a good meme. Had like 6k upvotes. Anyway, we shouldn't really be waiting too much longer. We are currently just waiting for one of the Vexed players to get back in. I think we just evidently seen what was going on. There was some internet problems. Some UK internet can be a little bit shabby.
Yeah, there's I don't want to specifically call out providers, but there's a right and a wrong provider. It feels like, because I know quite often teams will be kind of not close enough that they're in the same town, but within sort of a 10-mile radius of one another, they'll all lose connection to a particular routing line or something, and just everything drops.
Well, I have confirmation that it is in fact a PC crash.
Oh.
So you're all along the right lines the first time.
The Spitty syndrome. That would certainly be unfortunate if that happened.
Speaking of another unfortunate things of online tournaments, so another tournament, the Cologne Invitational. This one happened to Force, right?
Right.
They were playing against Liquid. Obviously, Liquid turns on that invite.
Yeah.
And how crazy is it they won the Grand Slam at that event? But they had to go through the Invitational, and well, they played against Force in the semi-final. Force were on the precipice of beating Liquid and put them out of the Cologne Invitational, and then one of the players just completely timed out.
Oh my goodness. Oh no.
And they lost.
Yeah, I could imagine that's how that story ends.
So that's a little bit unfortunate. Liquid obviously go on to beat G2 and win Cologne and the Grand Slam.
Yeah.
So imagine Force stopping Liquid from doing that.
That would be, yeah, that's an incredible story.
Yeah.
If that changes. Oh my god, that
was a whole scary time.
That is heartbreaking, actually.
Yeah, that was a very scary time for Liquid. They actually lost a spirit in that tournament as well. Though at least they won it. They got to Cologne. They ended up winning Cologne as well. But here in this match, I think we have the early signs of a close game. You know, you win the pistol here, Vex, you lose the follow-up. I think this is going to be a very back and forth and scrappy affair. Not scrappy as in terrible Counter-Strike. Scrappy as in neither team letting the other get enough to build up that momentum.
Yeah, quite often they'll find a trade or something, right? Like they'll be perfectly measured counter aggression, I feel like, from both teams.
So you guys at home actually feel that Fierce are the favorites by quite a substantial margin.
Again, I don't know if people are simply voting the other side on the Twitter poll.
Who has a bigger family?
Yeah. Who's got the better support? I mean, Vexed have historically had really, really good support. I think, especially recently, they're kind of re-entering Counter-Strike in a more competitive capacity, because they went with that European roster for quite some time.
They did with like Pith and stuff like this.
Yeah.
They had a Polish team, I believe, as well a few years back.
They had a couple teams simultaneously.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, it's a good way to kind of hedge your bets. It's another team that we kind of saw was Singularity have so many teams.
Yeah, well, seems like we're going to have a little bit of an extended break, so we're going to go to a quick break ourselves, get refreshed, get ready, because the rest of the game will be coming up after this.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. It's time to wake up because we've got the game ready. It's 1-1 here, and we're right back into it. And, well, if you're just tuning in or if you've completely forgotten what happened, Vex won the pistol, Fierce answered back with a force buy, and we're in a situation where the CT side don't have a whole lot to work with. And there's a couple of pistols, a little bit of Kevlar, and some utility sprinkled in.
Yeah, and Mezzi's the one that's holding back on buying forward because he wants to get his hands on the AWP for following rounds should this not work out. For now, Vex not really darting in any sort of aggression. It's a predominantly A-stacked CT side. Trusting Eccles to delay for as long as possible. Of course, he has a smoke available as well, so should he feel any pressure, he can deploy that and be a little bit disruptive with it. Fierce look like they're setting themselves up for an A-split as well.
Fierce is just taking their time, seeing what's clear, getting close to the sides, getting close to the choke points. Eventually they can make an informed decision on where they want to go. They've got the utility advantage, they've got the weapon area advantage. They just don't want to walk into a stack.
Look at Eccles' position. He's all the way in T-spawn. He's caught Fry out. But they may just realize that maybe that means B is open.
Yeah, that's generally going to put a weakness somewhere, right? So they're going to try and test this B bomb site, send themselves in, send the scouts through, and while they see that it's empty, so they can throw the utility down and try and deploy it again towards the site. Ball getting planted, headshot opportunity there for Adam, but he's going to be dropped to 65. An advantage on the CT side. Nate comes in, does damage onto the Vexed in-game leader. Covering this bomb site is going to be so difficult, but Fierce are just going to try and hold on, limit the casualties. That's the most important part here, as Arnis will pick up Adam. Kill coming in surely from Impulse. He's actually done damage, and that'll be enough to scare him off. Gray trying to push through, trying to catch a player off, but it's not going to happen for them. Good stuff from Fierce. They really do limit the casualties here and keep most of their players alive. Link trying to catch one player off, but nothing going the way of Vex. So 2-1 here for Fierce. They keep 4 players alive. That allows the money to build. But Eccles does walk away with a Krieg. So at least there's something there.
Yeah, it looked like a position in which Vex may have just been able to funnel Fierce into the A bomb site. But with that initial pressure towards T-spawn, Fierce making the right call in the mid-round. They don't fall into the trap, and although they get their hands onto that rifle, like previously stated, it's the only weapon that they'll have to operate with. Blink did save armor. At least can be a bit of a danger, but Eccles is taken down. At the very least, there's someone to pick up the weapon, cycle it into potentially better hands. Cray will wield that. No armor available, so it has to be the fast headshots. And Fierce already in connector.
Cray's got a really solid angle here, but he's been smoked off, so information flow severed. I think he's starting to push in towards the site. Astro with a Mac-10 covering off in case the player is to walk through the smoke, but they're going to go for a boost. They're going to send the Krieg up on top. Cray, this is a nice position, but he can't spot anyone. And yeah, like you said, the nade doing a little bit of damage, but Adam comes in from T-spawn, catches off Impulse. 4v4.
Link just fought out on the jump. Still not the kill, however. The armor keeping him alive. Oh, but Fry does so much. 2 kills with the Krieg.
Oh no, that's long and very awkward indeed. Adam doesn't get the kill. Link will fall eventually, and he just couldn't get through the murder hole. And it will be 3-1. Fierce Esports, after losing the pistol, off to a hot start indeed, but here comes their first hurdle. The buy from Vex coming right up.
And some of the previous weeks, King Mezzi has been highlighted as the star man for Vex. On this AWP, he can be extremely proficient. Impulse has had hits as well for a short duration, now reinvesting into it. See who comes out ahead in the early exchanges. We expect to see slow play here from Vex, as so far Fierce have, although they've been getting caught out by these aggressive pushes, they've been able to overcome them into the later stages of the round, and so maybe playing more traditional could catch, or could just work in Vexed's favor. Magazie's low, the nade seals his fate. Already a man down, Cray has to try and make a play right back.
Oh, way up on top of the smoke, looking over the edge. He only dropped to 80 HP and has to fall in back behind the bin. 1 minute and 7 seconds left. Tap comes in, it's going to be the full plant from Fry. This retake is going to be difficult with no kit available on any of the players and only 4 flashbangs and 1 smoke. So, not going to be easy to clear these positions. And he might just even consider saving it. That is going to be the call as they start to back off. Astra's ready for Adam to walk in towards his crosshair. And Jenko's on the hunt.
Yeah, not going to be getting the opportunities on the back side of things towards B. It's Link that is able to overcome his ex-teammate in Astro. And I don't think Fierce will commit too many more players for this. They're just getting a nice buffer on their economy so far. Impulse doesn't have the money to reinvest if he loses his ult. So getting that economic advantage to start off this half is certainly a huge benefit for Fierce. They'll look to string this into multiple rounds still after the fact, and Vexed are in a position where they can still certainly buy. That will come through from the CT side, but maybe expect to see a bit of a change. Mezzi was dealt with instantly, had no impact on the AWP. They actually don't go for the full commitment. Instead, Mezzi and Adam left on nothing. Kray's got the AWP instead. See if these saved weapons can do any damage for Vexed. Bit of mid-control being placed here by Fierce. There's only one player on the receiving end for these CTs, and it's a fast B crunch it's going to be for Fierce.
Oh, Adam trying to spam through the smoke, but gets a taste of his own medicine. Headshot comes through. Jenko's more accurate, and Mezzi able to pick up one with the P250. One comes in from Cray. The lineup from Eccles, it could come through here. He's only got the one, but Cray's dropped Fry. It's all on Impulse. Has to step up in a big way here. 1v3 with the AWP, 3 different angles to check, but he's got the first kill, and he's still alive. They haven't dealt with him, and he can back off and reposition. He's got plenty of time to play with here. The problem is he has to try and recover the bomb.
Yeah, and will Vex clue themselves in fast enough? That's the real question. Eccles in a bit of a one-and-done angle. Oh, not initially spotted. Cray does spot him out. The rotation's known.
Well, Impulse will just sit towards the window. Oh, that's interesting. Definitely enthusiastic. And he will start to make his way through the window. The shot comes through, and under pressure at this point, Vexed. Now being spread thin. First test made by Cray. Impulse trying to play with this. The scoping gives away his position. Cray to his left. A very nice attempt from Impulse, I have to say, but just getting those frags would have been impossible. And it's 4-2. Vex will get another on the board, but it was looking like it could have been far more convincing than it ended up being.
Yeah, the first kills for Cray are very impactful. The 3 in the round, and the only 3 he's had in the game so far. But so a fantastic way to come online. He's not the traditional AWPer for the side, but shows that he can be just as proficient. The early rotation from Vex was fantastic, though. Fierce wanted to crunch B, and by the time they made it towards the site, everybody on that CT side was ready and waiting. So Vex were certainly in a great position. Fierce caught off guard. And maybe that fast play wasn't exactly what they should have been doing. Instead, they'll go back to a slower approach.
Yeah. At this point, waiting for mistakes from Vex, perhaps. Work your way into a position where you can set one player up. Look for an initial duel. If you can pick off that early advantage, that weakens the defense. Even a 1-for-1 trade here will definitely favor Fierce. And Connector is generally the position where we'll see that first duel come in. If you're not having that fight in mid-aggressive, the underpass to Connector is the fight that comes through next.
And at a certain point, Vex are going to get aggressive towards middle if they see nothing from Fierce. They have to get some information to play off of, but now the top Connector smoke comes through, Artist will make his way up and start to encroach on this A bomb site. Cray on the other side. Artist makes the step though. Vexed have an idea. Molotov as well towards bottom Connector. They're funneled in here. Fierce have to commit forward and they'll flash on through.
Well, lineup comes in. It's Cray and Adam in the crossfire. It's a guillotine of death for the remaining 2 players. And Fry able to pick up 1 Astro. We'll find Cray. And it's into a 2v2 now as Astro's picked up 2 great kills. There's Eccles onto the headshot, stops Astro from any more mischief. And a 1v2 from Fry. We talk about him being a consistent player, hasn't really been at that same level, but he's got 7 seconds, has to go for the plant. The fix there, there's the headshot, still time for the plant. Just enough surely here for Fry to get that plant in. And Eccles thought there wasn't, so he'll back off and play the safe play, but now he has to go in. 1v1. Kit's still alive on Eccles, but he has no utility, and Fry's go back towards the firebox. This is going to be so difficult for Eccles to make any space. Fry just needs to play it perfectly, and there's the headshot. What a clutch from Fry. That's 3 kills. A fake tap, gets the kill, goes back for the bomb plant. That is certainly a scary time for Fierce, but Fry makes it work.
Yeah, and they had the crossfire setup to deal with the push from Connector. I mean, Vexed were in great spots to find those kills, but such great individual frags found by both Fry and Astros to make that possible, and what a way to perform as well. We absolutely do talk about Fry as being that consistent player, but delivering in the clutch, that can definitely give them the edge. Vexed will feel a little bit robbed of that round. They had a great position. And now just on the Deagles to fight back. This is potentially a 6th here for the Fierce side. Vexed still in a very conventional setup. Now the mid pressure will come in from Fierce, just to keep Vexed guessing.
Well, Flash is going in towards middle.
So far, nobody really wanted to be the first to make a mistake, I suppose. I'm surprised Vexed aren't getting a bit more aggressive, given that it is only the half buy.
Yeah. You'd expect that, right? You'd expect a little bit of a push in towards one position or a choke point, but they're sitting very passive on both bomb sides. Even towards middle, there's no aggression.
Yeah.
Not playing for any info, so...
And that's why Fierce have played the round so slow as well. They're anticipating some sort of a move.
Yeah, well, they've made the wrong gamble stack, it seems. They went forward position more heavily towards the B side of the map, but they still are in a position where they can rotate quickly back towards A. As the execute comes in, we really shouldn't expect too much from Vex here, but 1 or 2 kills would be lovely.
Ooh, around the smoke, it's Messi to hit the deck. Astro finds a secondary frag as well, and Adam, although he's able to trade one out, that should be basically
yeah, that's basically it, right? Link alone, and he's going to be dropped. Fry continues his great success. It's 6-2. It's Fierce looking comfortable. This is scary for Vex.
Yeah. Especially coming into this, when they won that pistol, it seemed like they had a pretty good plan of how to approach that for initial round. But ever since they lost the force buy,
Yeah, well, Fierce obviously looked prepared on the pistol as well.
Yeah.
They got on towards the edge side. It was just a successful retake from Vex that got them into a few advantages coming in here and there from CT pushes from Fierce, not winning those aim duels. But Fierce have looked pretty strong here on the T side. Good chance for Vex, though, on the buy to try and stop that from happening. Grit nade on towards Jenko. Adam gets the timing. He loves this mid-aggression, and it works for him in round number 9.
yeah, completely isolated as well. That's a swinging kill for Vex. Some early mid control. Fierce won't have that to work with. Instead, they'll have to clear things out from the underpass. It does still seem as though the vast majority of the presence is over towards this A site. The boost in from Astro, unable to find the kill on the other side of things is Link. Now, although good damage is exchanged, the information that's gathered here for the Vex side is going to be a pivotal set. Impulse alone with the AWP to try and find an opening pick. Fry will join him, actually almost lining up the spam. Simultaneous peeks coming out through, and so far Fierce unable to find anything.
More 40 seconds, tapping away. Fry looking for the pickup, but it's Astro. It will be fun by Eccles, so man advantage here for Vexed to try and play with. Going to peek on towards the top of the stairs. Artist with the headshot. Cray and Link coming back in with 2 more. It's all on Fry, and he's dealt with a good round coming in from Vex. They needed that.
Yeah, this time not able to perform in the clutch, but I mean, a pretty difficult one at that to, if you're Fry, to even think about winning. And Fierce can certainly buy into this. Astro's the only one that wouldn't be able to get proper weaponry. You can see he's down to the SMG. And maybe that encourages Fierce to play a little bit faster. They tried a fast round previously. They got caught out by the pistols of Vexed, and good Molotov in from Mezzi to give him a bit of space in towards the window. I think they would have heard that, though, on the side of Fierce, maybe not wanting to peek into it as well. It's become a fairly common play. Seen it adapted from the higher levels. Adam actually prodding towards underpass. Artist almost gets caught out. And again, it's Adam to be aggressive in towards T-mid. Does seem to be a bait and switch setup as well, because Mezzi holds with the AWP at a distance.
Adam goes aggressive again. It works again. He is caught off.
Ooh.
What a transfer from Artis. That is beautiful. 2 kills come his way. Just a minute left to play with. King Mezzi off towards the connector, looking for a few players to come his way. Headshots in. That's the bomb on the floor, but pressure from Fry. Good peek from Palace. And it seems as though Fierce's setup is just really good for these trades.
Yeah, they've been negating the AWP of Mezzi so effectively. It's really been the riflers that have sprung into action for Vexed. They need to pick up the slack. Very isolated so far, but Eccles and Link have both found individual kills. Artis left to try and bring things back. 1 versus 2. We saw Fry deliver. Maybe Artis can too.
Well, Artis going back in towards connector. Looking for the headshot. He's picked it up on towards Eccles. It's going to be a 1v1. This could be a brilliant play from Artis, but Link will find his head. And it will be the defuse coming in, and Vex making a meal out of it, finally getting into things here on Mirage. That'll be their 4th on the board.
Things are far too close in these last few rounds, and you could see the effect it's had on the economy for Fierce. They've no longer got money to buy into things. You could see it was a strain on their economy in the last round as well, because Astro was subjected to the SMG. So Vexed, an accumulator round, one that should have a fairly high conversion rate. But of course the upgraded pistols were a success, as well as the saved weapons from Vexed previously. So maybe Fierce can have a round like that of their own. Execute towards the A bomb site. Cray unable to spot really much of anything, but he's called for the rotations. They're going to play themselves for the retake instead.
Well, Jenko barrels straight through the smoke. Nate comes in and lands on him, 48 HP. Adam is going to go towards the stairs. Smoke with a cross. A little bit of a gap to play with on the left side of it. Flash is going through. It's Jenko with the kill. Link is going to fall. Impulse able to pick up 1 on the pistol. This is so scary for Vex. They need to be careful. Adam coming in. Impulse is going to be caught off guard. And there's Adam with another. Deagle comes through, but Eccles has got rid of Artis. And it's Fry. A 1v3 as the headshot comes through, looking for the follow-up. But Vex, they do survive, but that was way too close for comfort.
Yeah, 100%. The push in towards CT spawn is so dangerous, and the amount of players that were there for Fierce, Vexed weren't anticipating that initially.
Yeah.
And it really comes down to Adam just taking space away and getting in their face with the M4 that brings the round back for Vexed. A big brain play in the moment. Definitely what you want to see from your in-game leader, and just now shy of tying this game up. Astro pushing past the flames, used the smoke to get a bit of distance, but he's been taken out. Adam's position found, and the trade is there. Cray, what can he get done? There's the one. The trade may soon follow, though, and he's actually dipped inside of the smoke. For now, he's safe.
Well, there's the kill from Artis. It's going to be a 2v3 here, burning inside of the Molotov. Artis eventually gets away. And Fry realizes, well, we don't have the advantage here. If I take an aggressive stance, if I can just get this kill on the Eccles, that's a pull back, but there's a certain time limit on this. Fry needs to be careful from his left push. Has to rely on Artis to cover him off, and that's not going to be easy. Molotov goes in to try and force the player into the open, but the smoke from Eccles comes in, gets rid of it. And they know they just need to hold. There's no need for Vex to peek. Bomb plant hasn't come through just yet, and Fierce realize they're on the back foot.
Yeah, Smoke Talk Connector at least buys some space here for Fierce. They can actually maybe take some ground towards deep jungle. That's why Eccles is so prepared for a peek. Mezzi will instead push forward. There's the kill. The bomb dropped inside the flames. Fry, 1 versus 3. Has been able to pick up that bomb. May just be able to escape the situation altogether. Has 40 seconds to play with. And as he looks to maybe reposition, go towards instead the B bomb site, Eccles is in the window. He's been spotted out. Fry, now he should be pretty much dead to rights, as creeping on towards the bomb site, it is Link who's done significant damage, and Mezzi finds the frag. Vexed have done it, and they've got themselves into a tie game position where, to start off this half, Fierce looked so good. They had that lead, they had that distance, but now that's all gone. And a good place as well for Vex to take their lead. They haven't had the lead since the pistol round. You'll see a tactical pause, I believe called by Fierce, as they shouldn't have let this slip away from them. I mean, the fact that the saved rifles in 1 round come back to bite them, they've even had a great clutch from Fry to kind of put them into this advantage. So they've had the pieces. They've looked altogether like a pretty clean T-side. Vexed are doing quite well to recover this half altogether. We'll see if they're able to continue this string of rounds or whether Fierce will finally put an end to it. Maybe not in this round, potentially in the round to follow. And we touched on how Mezzy is impactful. I mean, he gets a kill in this round. It's just the half buy from the Fierce side, but he's been relatively quiet, and they've done a good job of shutting him down.
Yeah, he does get that opening this time, though. That's important. Link able to find the follow-up, and Adam will get fried with a grenade. So, Jenko and Impulse into 2v4. 125 seconds left. As Eccles close by, Impulse looking for the headshot. Mezzy, he's far back in towards the murder hole. It's Eccles that will take away Impulse. And Jenko, the last remaining player, has been finished off. So, kills going through. And Vexed, they've stormed back into the lead. It feels like Fierce at the start of this just had the ball rolling, right?
Yeah.
As soon as we kind of say, oh, they're looking good, Vexed are looking rough, Vexed just step it up, take a whole other approach to it.
Maybe not quite as warm coming into the game.
Yeah, may need to warm up a little bit, get into the groove of things, and they've recovered well enough. If they can get these last two, a 9-6 half will be perfect considering the slow start they had.
Well, Vex not changing things up too drastically on that CT side. I suppose things have been working out for them, so no need to make those changes. Mezzy will miss the timing. It's instead the fast play towards B, and Link's in up for a world of hurt. Fry gets the first. Oh, Echo's able to trade. Fry actually gets the double kill, and suddenly they have no players close enough to really contest this. Am's going to try his best to get some ground, but the Molotov pushes him forward. That's a crucial kill.
That is indeed. Adam will pick up one. Kimezi back in with a shot. Impulse is going to be staying here on 4 HP. Artis on... Oh my god, Artis is gone. It's all an Impulse. 4 HP. 1v1 here for King Mezzy. We've talked about the potential impact, and this could be a triple kill. The 1v1 clutch looking to go his way to give Vex their 8th to confirm the... Oh my god, the Molotov. That's perfect. That should be it, but no. Impulse doesn't take a hit of damage, and he pushes into the open and finds Mezzy. That is ridiculous.
That gets so close.
How does that Molotov not do any damage whatsoever?
If he'd thrown it at the ground, that had to have been it.
Yeah.
But it bounced off the back wall.
Give him a little bit of time to play with. He runs forward.
That's really slim margins.
Yeah, that is massively slim. Well, 7-7. Round number 15. Last round of the half coming up. Jenko looked for an aggressive ramp play, still going with it. The smoke comes in. He's charging right through. He's already on the A-bomb side. The rest of the cavalry coming in as well. Nico's in on top, and he does a little bit of damage, but the push from Adam's good. He gets one kill to 1-for-1, but King Mezzy comes in and finds the advantage back.
They haven't got this bomb planted. Actually tags on towards Astro as well. Both these players on the side of Fierce are low. Now
Bomb
just
plant.
Impulse that's healthy.
Bomb plant has come in, but it's still a 1v4. It's not looking good here at all for Impulse. There's no way he wins this. Surely with a big flick, he spots one towards Connector. The time ticking. Another great kill from Impulse. This could be incredible. He still has the Molotov. Tap comes in, checks under wood in case the Palace push is coming, but the smoke is not enough. And Impulse, he will fall. Defuse coming through, and Vex will grab 8-7 at the half, but this certainly is one to watch.
Yeah, I thought surely not. There's no way that he's able to win that. But he brings it close. They have to use the smoke on the bomb, and they use it as a bit of a bait. They both held the angle to make sure that if he was going to go for the peak again, that they would be able to punish. And we see the polls have changed. People favoring Fierce ever so slightly, but a few more believers now in the Vexed camp. As you can certainly see why. It is a closely fought game between these two teams, and it's certainly reflected in our scoreline. A great recovery from Vexed on the CT side of things, considering they won the pistol, lost the subsequent rounds, and then Fierce found themselves in a great little lead to start things off. But now we have to see how good Vexed's T side is, because Fierce, maybe they start the second half off in the same way that they started the first.
Yeah. Well, we're looking forward to getting into the second half, of course. Leading by just the one. This is a map that traditionally you'd favor for Vexed. And you definitely expect they have put a lot of work into this. That's what I'm looking forward to seeing on the T side. That work that they've got, the preparation that they've got, what sort of executes have they developed? If Fierce have a good CT side and they're able to get off to a good start,
yeah,
that's when they can start to punish this Vex team.
And we can't, I suppose, express enough that second round win from Fierce on their T side was I mean, it's not completely unlikely, but it is somewhat of an anomaly.
Yeah. Okay.
Even the fact that Fierce buy up in the second round to contest it, you can of course get such a strong first gun round if you simply save, but that also means that your opponents have the opportunity to build their own economy.
We see a lot of the second round buys coming in now, though, with this current economy state.
And how strong the Krieg is as well.
Yeah, with the Krieg as well. You can get that in your hands. It's only $50 more than an AK. It's pretty ridiculous, right? So I'd say the Krieg is probably the most powerful gun in the game. By the lot.
Yeah. I think just in versatility, right? I mean, long range, close range, as long as you know what you're doing with the spray, you should win.
It's pretty easy to master the spread.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, it's a little bit alien to start with,
Yeah.
but after you do it, it's just like a backwards, like a kind of a triangular L.
Well, that's what was confusing at first when before it came into proficiency, is that it was very much the same spray pattern as the Source AK. So you would think that players that transitioned to CSGO, granted it was more expensive, so maybe that kind of pushed them off it, but it was pretty much identical, so that should still be kind of somewhere in the muscle memory, I'm sure. Though I say that sometimes, you know, 2 weeks off of Counter-Strike, forget how to use my hands.
Well, I have the opposite problem, right? I play a lot of CS and I get worse, right? I take a 2-week break, I come back, I'm a beast in it, I'm refreshed, I'm ready to go, and yeah, then I just become terrible again at the end of the day.
So you have to basically not have too much free time.
Yeah, basically that's the play, right?
That's how you become that's how you start your esports career.
Oh god, I've lost quite a bit of Elo on Faceit recently, so I'm gonna have to try and get that back. I need some free time to grind that up. But we are ready to get back into it. We're gonna just a few seconds longer, perhaps. Players need to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, we had an extended pause earlier on, so maybe they're just holding it in like, let's wait until this.
Yeah, we'll wait till halftime.
We're gonna win it 16-10 anyway.
Yeah.
And it's no, that's not looking likely. I'm interested to see. I mean, we saw from Fierce side, they kind of darted in a few mid executes, but quite delayed into the round. I think maybe they have the read as well that Vexed like to get aggressive. We saw Adam do it a couple times.
Yeah. What I'd like to see here from Vexed is if they have any of those sort of Renegades-esque mid boosts in towards the window. We obviously seen that at the major, and Renegades are doing that a lot. So if Vexed are watching some of these pro demos and they really want to develop Mirage, that's certainly the meta at the minute.
The thing is that like those types of gimmicky plays as well can, I mean, it's great that you have them in to kind of throw out randomly, but at the same time they are fairly gimmicky, and you you don't want to fall into the trap of having to use them.
It's if you can effectively do it consistently, right? That's the most important part. If you haven't quite
find the right time in the game to do it as well.
Like in a swing round when it's so important to the economy is about to break for both teams, you could throw it in there. Definitely a few things you can do and look towards when you have these crucial rounds to win. A lot of boosts can come through. You have a lot of gimmicky things like that across every map. I think Overpass probably has one of them.
Yeah, that's why I love Overpass.
It's one of my favorite because it just has so many gimmicks, right?
Yeah. And you see them sometimes so early into a match that nobody's expecting it, because just like, oh, you know, I'm just getting familiar with my monster tunnel and everything, and like, oh, suddenly I've been shot.
And the mental thing is you're seeing new things still on a map that's been in the game for so long. I think Windstrike had a boost recently where they get on the fountain and you can just boost one player up onto the middle part of the fountain. You can look over the wall and see the flower bed.
Yeah, you can do that from party as well, right?
Yeah, you can see. Well, I think they patched that you can't do it on the balloons anymore.
Yeah.
You don't make contact with those balloons anymore, which is unfortunate. But yeah, crazy stuff coming in. Obviously, the Japanese are mental for their boosts. We've seen that. I don't know if you've seen any of the Japanese LAN that was going on.
I saw, I think, the opening game, but everything else afterwards.
Okay, well, we had like a 4-man boost in Banana and crazy stuff like this, but of course,
I know what you're on.
Yeah, they boosted on top of the half wall on CT,
right?
yeah, and they could see logs. And then there was another one on Overpass where they were in sort of on short, and they were up on top. They had a 4-man boost. You could look over straight in towards the B bomb site. Crazy stuff coming in. The Japanese obviously looking for a weird and wacky wastes, and I'd love to see that region start to get better.
Yeah.
Scars looked okay for a bit, but apparently they're not even beating their, local teams anymore.
Yeah, it's weird. The Asia region is kind of, it had its burst into brilliance. Tyloo at one point were, this kind of favorite. I mean,
the best thing about the failure of the Asian scene is just watching Blair's head just explode every game that goes on Twitter.
It's like, what are they doing?
It's like, Hope. Tyloo give them a little bit of hope, like once a month, like once a year, you know, 1 month of a year, and then they just go back to being Tyloo. And yeah, all that hope you had, it's gone. Flushed down the toilet.
And the thing is, I mean, within esports, the Asia region is typically quite revered as being like almost like the pinnacle of competitive gaming, but
quite the opposite in CS.
yeah, for CS and I suppose, I mean, most competitive shooters, it's kind of been a bit different. Overwatch is an exception, of course.
Yeah, well, perhaps, well, that does have quite a lot of elements that probably appeal to that sort of culture, but perhaps it's going to be like NACS, right? Used to be the meme of the world, NACS, NANID, and now the 2 out of 3 best teams in the world are from North America.
Yeah.
So it could always be that. In 3 years, we see the best team is Tyloo. Imagine.
How the turntables.
You are not the worst CS players, but we are ready to get into it, ladies and gentlemen. 8-7. Vex still leading, but only by 1. A pistol round can make a big difference here. It's going to be aggressive from the CT side, but Vex are ready for it. The first kill coming in towards Impulse. Jenko able to find the follow-ups, and, well, it's falling apart here for Vex.
Yeah, Fry and Jenko do so much. 3 kills for Jenko. Fry just acting as the bodyguard and taking all the bullets as well. He's very low HP. See if Adam can capitalize on the damage, but still 4 players to find the bomb in a very open position.
Well, Adam starts to make his way forward. The bomb does just lie there. It's going to have to be recovered as Jenko will take his head off. It's going to be 4K for Jenko. Great hold on the A bomb site. I like that aggressive stance. Fierce don't play passive. They go with quite a few men outside of the ramp room, and that's exactly where Vexed walk into.
Yeah, very different approach to how Vexed set themselves up on their CT side. Instead of playing for the retake, they live and die by the bomb site. Eccles has bought a sawn-off. I don't really see this having too much success. Like a few maps that it does is usually, I mean, one another rotation. Now we throw back to way back when Cobble was in the pool. Train sometimes, maybe Nuke, but that's about it. That's all I've got. Never seen it be too successful on the T side of Mirage. My question is, why not a scout or something else?
It's got to be a misbuy,
yeah,
surely.
that has. I mean, that's the only thing that makes sense. Some sort of pocket play designed around the shotgun.
It's just the worst shotgun. It really is.
Yeah.
Oh, good nade. Cray and Adam receive quite the bit of damage there. Just over a minute left on the clock. Jenko had a big round in the pistol. Time to shine again, perhaps, as they are starting to pressure his position. 4 players running up through connector. Smoke off. Jenko has a bit of a gap to play with, but has teammates inside of the site. It's Fry with the first kill. Impulse with 2. Very nice on the second one as well. Jenko playing the gap. Link, the last player remaining. Has got 2 on the Deagle already. Anything more than this would be a bonus. He's found this. This is where he wins it. Sword off versus 3.
If he switches at any point, I'm going to be so disappointed.
There we go.
Not like this. Thankfully, there's nobody on the other side.
I mean, that's effective if there's a player at the bottom of the stairs.
That is true.
Well, Astro moving close, but 3 different positions. So, he's got a headshot looking for the second as well there. That would have been ridiculous. But Artist does get rid of Link, and it's 9-8. So, Fierce head into the lead. I did say, yes, Vex led at the half, but all it takes is a pistol to change that. And that's exactly what's happened here.
Yeah, a good start for Fierce. They had such a strong performance in their pistol, and even when things get a little bit precarious, I mean, some good shots being hit in the clutch attempt there. Vexed are still not able to bridge the distance, and so for now, they still remain on pistols. This time, no strange buys, no dualies, no nothing for Vexed. Just the Deagle, the P250s, and Glocks. And Fry still has this SMG alongside Astro, and so they're the ones that get information for the CTs.
I love how Mezzi is just sprinting, holding W, doesn't even care, wasn't even looking like he was going to check any of those corners.
Still does decent damage as well, so...
Fry able to drop Link. Artis finishes off Adam. So 2v5. Fry just holding outside of Palace. Artis spots 1 player towards top mid. They know the positions of the last 2 remaining players, but a great headshot from Eccles gives a slight chance to do more damage here.
Slowly encroaching from the apartments is Astro. Those taking control of B. Eccles may just spot him out, but he's just round the corner, and this may just be 2 easy kills. They actually spot his shoulder, so Astro's position is known, and he's low HP.
Well, he thinks better of actually committing to the corner. At least he should do. Artis is going to be sitting back. Cray Here with the P250. Molotov coming in, just trying to get rid of them without losing too many players. And Eccles, and we'll spot that he's still there. Astro doing so, and well played. He does drop his teammate, his ex-teammate, shall I say. And it's going to be 10 to it. Ferris Esports reach double figures. It will be a buy coming in from Vexed. Cray hasn't got 0 kills, by the way.
Yeah,
he has just restarted his PC.
Yeah, has to reconnect, and that loses track of things.
I mean, he hasn't got a kill since he restarted his PC. That is true. So he hasn't got a kill in the second half. He has to change that here.
Interested to see where Astra positions himself with this MP9. Seems like he's going to be anchoring the B-bomb site. Not quite the best position to be wielding that weapon. You can still be a bit nefarious, a bit tricky. And oh, the nade! Oh, Adam's able to dodge it. Just barely.
Just jumps into the corner as far as he can get away from that nade, and well, it works for him.
They go for the window boost, and maybe this is the opportunity for Cray to get his first frag.
I like it. The window boost coming through, but Artis is aware that's a possibility, so Cray may be unchecked for now, but there's always the possibility that Artis goes back, and this is where he's going, back in towards window. Cray needs to be so quick here on the trigger. He does damage, but not the kill. Artis now knows there's a player up in the window, but he has to concede that position. Waits on a flash, gets away. Cray makes it back in towards mid. Damage done, but loses the position, as they're actually going to have to try and find control elsewhere.
This is the problem. Astro is here primarily to take contact there with the MP9. Impulse is providing support with the AWP, but he's not going to be in position in time.
Molotov goes in towards Van. Cray able to pick up the headshot. Sprayed away! Astro with 2 great kills on the MP9. Just running and gunning. And a nice kill from Impulse as he tries to fall away, but Link has got it and keeps the advantage afloat here for Fierce. It's all on Ajenko. Making his way back over from the A bomb site. Both vents unopened. He has to open both of them. He's just sprinting, no time to waste. He has got a kit though, Molotov and a nade, so he has plenty of utility to try and check these positions. And actually, Cray's low HP, so if he makes the right call to throw the nade in the right position, he could definitely manage to pick up a kill, but that Molotov fails. So he has to still check Van, and Link will take his head off. It doesn't really matter anyway. So Vex, they will find the first gun round coming into the second half, and well, they're on the board.
Yeah, that's not quite the impact that they initially thought would happen with Cray into the window, but he's still able to find kills as they encroach the bomb site. And actually a great effort from Astro to find a couple of kills. Just not able to do one better. Vexed having that man advantage is what sealed the deal. Lots of presence towards middle. Fierce have bought right into this. Astro's on the AWP, Artis as well. The rest on just pistols. Putting a lot of reliance on these big green guns to find some sort of a pick.
Ooh, Adam getting boosted up in towards the window.
This time Fry's not close enough.
Yeah.
Oh no.
See, this is what I like to see. Adam up inside of CT can actually start to flank in towards the market area, and there is one player there, it's Astro, and he's the pivotal player. He's got one of the ops. So if he can drop Astro, the chances of Fierce start to fall apart. Adam has the headshot lined up, knows that's the op, looking for the second player before he takes his shot. Taps away, there's the kill. Should have spotted the second, but he doesn't. Maybe 4x3. As the player is close by, Impulse moves forward, drops in, with the rest of the push coming through. Impulse doesn't stay alive long enough, and Eccles cuts off the rotation. As Jenko on short, realizing there's just so much to check, and winning this is almost impossible.
Yeah, they didn't have a sight line in middle. The hole that in the defenses is completely exploited. So a bit surprised that Adam didn't try and locate that secondary player like we had kind of anticipated.
Yeah.
We didn't expect him to pull the trigger so early. Could have potentially gotten 2 for the price of none.
The sort of situation that's probably playing out in his head is that player just randomly trying to kill him.
Yeah, exactly. At some point or another, Fierce are going to be like, oh, mid was open, by the way.
Yeah.
We broke the vent as well, so... And some teams do actually do that on these rounds. They don't break that mid vent so that...
Because they can hear that.
Yeah.
It's a smart thing to do if you're going to leave middle open. You never really want to give an edge to your opponent, right? Even those small little things, like breaking the B shutter as well.
Yeah.
You can obviously tell if a player's passed through here. And so, yeah, there's a couple of really small entities that you only start to pick up when you get really good at CS.
Yeah. And sometimes when teams are setting up for a B stack, they intentionally leave that shutter unbroken just so the team's like, oh, they didn't break the shutter.
Yeah. So when
It's
they're
all
peeking information, they see that it's still there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Little mind games that can maybe make the difference.
Oh, I love this. Artist so aggressive, nearly line up for him, but 2 kills come in for Vex, none for the CT side. And it's starting to crumble here around them. Vex are about to take the lead, 11 to 10. Flash goes through in towards underpass, and Jenko, I love that he's trying, but it's probably not going to happen for him. Behind underneath, spray coming everywhere. Vex swarming his position, and will get dropped by Link, 11 to 10. Money is there for Fierce. Not a whole lot of it though, they're not going to get the ops.
Yeah, clean round there from Vexed as well. I mean, their money is getting into a position where 1 or 2 more round wins on this T side and they have a really strong set of financial circumstances moving forward. Impulse does actually get his hands on the AWP. Has to basically go glass cannon, nothing outside of the AWP. And Vex have been doing a pretty good job about using their utility. Being quite meticulous when they go for any sort of map control. Initial presence over towards A. This is really just a feign from Vex. They're trying to bait utility away from Fierce because they know that the buy isn't going to be the strongest. Every bit of nades, or all the nades that Fierce have, the longer they play this out and the more that's expended from that CT side, makes things easier for Vex in the late round. Still no sudden moves on either side. Vexed spreading out and looking to see if Fierce have gotten aggressive. And now the true execute comes through. Bit of underpass pressure from A ramp as well. The AWP moves forward on Impulse.
Well, Impulse will pick up Mezzi. Man advantage here. Going back and forth, Adam will pick up Artist, and it's into a 4v4. 45 seconds left to play with on the clock. Adam will be looking up on top, but it's Eccles who will take away Jenko. Man advantage on the T side. Utility coming back and forth. Impulse misses the shot, but Fry moves his way into the open. That's the bomb on the floor. That's a big player to find. He'll look for the headshot. He's seen the player on the stairs, but he calls that to Impulse. He'll take the kill. Fry holds his position. Falling apart here for Vex. Great kills coming in from Impulse, and that's the quad kill.
And that's exactly what you want to see from the likes of Impulse. I mean, hit shot after shot after shot. Only the one miss really spotted out. But communication's certainly there. You could see the thought process, and he just goes unchecked. It's the hero AWP that works out. He doesn't have any armor. They don't use their utility to flush him out.
Yeah.
That's the kind of impact that he can have if he's not properly cleared.
Well, boosting one player up on top, Cray allowing his teammate to have a bit more of a vantage angle, but obviously Mezzi not being able to spot that. They're going to be rotating a few players off 9. That initial A attack didn't really work. We'll send them back towards T spawn, towards top middle. So Vexed taking a slow approach. They've got to find their kill elsewhere.
Adam just being that lurking presence for the Vex side. Trying to draw some presence away. Meanwhile, the rest of Vexed set themselves up outside of the A bomb site. Of course, this is still the position that Fry is in. Impulses will be on a quick rotation as well, as they have a bit of middle pressure applied on the CT side as well.
Good smoke executed in towards the site from Vexed. There's going to be a push coming through. Impulse looking for the pick over the top, but has to throw the flash and fall back in towards Connector. They're putting pressure into towards CT, where Fry lines up too. Great kills from Fry, and he might just get some more here. Vex didn't get close to the site. What a shot from Mezzi. Fry is just decapitated on the spot, but look at the flank from Jenko.
Oh, no.
They're not going to be expecting this. Jenko, if he gets the timing right, might just find 2 of them here. Finding 3 may be unrealistic. You'd expect the trio to come through quickly, but there's the first, looking for the second. There's 1 kill, looking for the second, and nearly the third. But luckily, Astra will be able to sweep that last kill up, and Vexed into the lead themselves. This one is so hard to call.
Yeah. I mean, the fast flank, like you said, 100% not anticipated from the side of Vexed. I almost saw things going terribly
if
for
he didn't
Jenko
get a
as well.
single kill there, oh my goodness, I don't know.
We've already had one of those today.
We have. We've had a 1v0 as well.
Yeah, we've had some interesting circumstances take place, but Jenko does his job. He gets the 2, and his teammates did the rest. Vexed on the back foot, and again, Impulse finds the frag. He's chased down by Adam, the trade by Jenko as well, so the AWP not recovered by Vexed. Mezzi looking to take space, but Jenko comes out ahead once more. That's the last player they needed to deal with in towards middle. and Fierce can start to feel a little bit more comfortable. And even if they push top middle as well, that's the bomb. Far and away from either of these Vexed players.
Well, Artis will pick up Cray. Eccles into a 1v4, and Fry will take him away. So 13-11. Match pause coming through. It's going to be a tactical pause.
And I suppose the vulnerabilities of Vexed kind of shining through, eh?
Yeah, they definitely are. And this is what I was really hoping for, was to see something out of the T side. And it hasn't really shown us a whole lot. I mean, they have had nice executes and nice smoke executes, and they've boosted into the window. They've had those sort of things. But it's the late stages of the rounds, or when things get a little bit desperate, Fierce are just winning on those battles. Yeah,
and they tried to almost like they telegraph an A execute, and we saw just what Jenko was capable of, just finding the timing, using that big brain of his.
Yeah. Well, Fry has been stepping up, and that's a player we were kind of discussing before this. Hasn't really had that consistent impact that we're used to seeing from him. And well, he's certainly showing it here today.
Yeah, always capable. You can never count him out of the equation. In fact, most of the Fierce guys, similar score lines across the field.
Well, Jenko towards top middle, floating sticker from Adam. Will be Vex putting a little bit of pressure in towards mid, but it should be an easy picking round here for Fierce. They should grab 14, putting them 2 away from finding the win against the Vex Gaming to stay undefeated here in the Premiership. They did that the whole way through last season.
Yeah. The undefeated run, only to lose out in the semi-finals. Hopefully not to repeat anything.
Well, Adam with the headshot drops Jenko. Kill comes in from the pistols. They'll be relocating themselves towards underpass. Artis should hear the footsteps as they're quite noisy. They might go for the boost here, and Artis is ready for it. Well played from Artis, but he does take a dink. He's dropped to 9 HP.
Yeah, I won't want to face any further. Adam needs to be the one that brings things back for Vexed, and actually spotted out that player in towards CT. Can he find Astra? Does he anticipate this rotation? Actually, the nade finishes off Artis. He doesn't even swing into things. He's tracked down by the utility. But steps made in towards window. So Astra should have an inkling. May not have been within earshot, however, and things get a bit concerning now. They're spreading themselves out on the Fierce side, and they don't really know which is going to be the target here for Vex. And all the meanwhile, Adam is still lingering on the A site. Dispatched off by Fry, that does signal that it is going to be a B-side hit.
Well, Astra sits back on the bench. 17 seconds. All he needs to do is deny a bomb plant here. It's over, and that's the player you want to get rid of. Mezzi has the bomb in his hands, and it is gone. There's still time. Link needs to sprint and get on that bomb site straight away. Has to plant in default. Molotov comes into the wrong position. Plank coming through. At least it's money for Vex moving into the next one, but Fry will clean it up. 2 players stay alive on Fierce. Good damage, good bomb plant from Vex. We move into the next with money.
Yeah, it's a good job that Fry pre-fires the angle, because I think initially they tried to swing out from the window at the same time and they were blocking one another. So the spacing could have certainly worked out in favor of Vexed, but I mean, so far still so good for Fierce.
Yeah,
there needs to be something different from Vexed, right? They've played the rounds out slow the past couple times and it's not been successful.
Well, the momentum has been there on the Fierce side, right? So that has been very difficult. That'll be very difficult to break for Vexed, especially since they probably have forgotten what winning feels like.
It's certainly been a fleeting experience.
Adam straight towards middle. He loves to get aggressive on both T side and the CT side in this position. You can see Vex are aware of that possibility. Fierce are aware of that possibility, but somehow that Molotov has sort of like a parting, and Adam just walks right through it, like Moses in the fire sea this time. The fire sea. Like,
it sounds like you're just saying Fierce in a weird way.
Yeah. It's Irish. Boost coming up towards the window. Adam already up there. Goes deep in towards short, and they'll back off. 1 minute and 5 seconds left. Still plenty of time for Vex, and Adam's in window.
Again, this window boost is being exploited here by Vexed. Maybe, I mean, Fierce should have the idea that that is still open, as they've been caught out before, but oh, the smoke fades, and Fry comes out on top. Just repositioning. Astro as well will deal with Adam. They definitely knew that that was a possibility, and this time, Vex will have to try and make it work 3 versus 5. This has to be the start, right? They can't allow Fierce up to number 15 because although they have some money in the bank, it's not ideal.
This push from Fry might just seal the deal, but Mezzi quick on the trigger. Still a chance here for Vex as they try and move in towards the A bomb site. Molotov ready, they'll go in towards Underwood, and Link will start to make his approach alongside Cray and the connector. Decent split here available to Vex, but they've got little time to work with. They're going to have to go pretty quickly here as Link sprints in towards the bomb site. His teammates are in great positions to deal with it as well. The post plant is strong, bomb plant is through, and that's all that needed to happen. Kill comes in on short here, that would be incredible, but Impulse will grab Link. So 2v4 is still difficult for Vexed, but at least the bomb is planted. And Messi, is he going to go on the big flank? No, he's going to go back. I was going to say that's pretty mental if he decides to go with that as well, because Cray's already there.
Oh, and Impulse just waiting. He's even throwing the smoke to make things more awkward for Cray. He pushes past it, and he's lost Mezzi. It has to be a Cray to perform heroics.
Yeah, well, 2 more players to find. Gets the headshot, but not enough. He gets traded right back. Jenko able to get that kill. And it's map point for Fierce Esports, looking to end the day with a win over Vex to keep their clean sheet here in the Prem.
Yeah, if they're able to convert back-to-back seasons where they go out of the group stage without losing, I mean, this is one of the strongest oppositions you'll face within the group, so that could certainly be a possibility. In Vex, they will buy up, and it may be futile. They have a strong buy coming into this. The AWP on Mezzi, the AK, the SG in Eccles' hands. They have the utility as well, but they're setting themselves up for this execute again, and Fierce are aggressive A ramp. It's Fry. In with the first kill there for Fierce. It's already disruption felt on the Vex side, and they accelerate things. They know the jig is up. They have to make things work.
Well, 3v3. Molotov goes deep towards CT. Flash follows it up. It's do or die time for Vex. And Impulse, he might just be the linchpin here for the CT side, but the flash, it's perfect for Mezzi. Adam will get one, but he's dropped in return. 2v2. Back and forth we go, but the bomb plant is there for Vex as the time will start to tick. Great headshot from Artis. It's all on King Mezzi. 1v2 with the AWP. He's got to make this happen. Molotov goes in towards the site. That'll keep them at bay as Medi goes towards the bomb. Is not planted for him. He has to make his way through the fire. And Fierce, not like this. The defuse comes through and Astra with the headshot. Fierce continue to be undefeated and Vex take their first loss against them.
Yeah, a surprising turn of events. We talked about how well Vexed had been performing within the UK. They also were undefeated in their groups. But I mean, Fierce, they came to play a very good start on their T side, and then continuing that on their CT side as well. Yeah,
that was a great chance for Vex as well. Mirage, traditionally one of their best maps, and well, they take it to them. Fierce show up in a big way. Their individuals are showing up. Fry's playing well, and that's something you said they were lacking a little bit.
Yeah, sometimes it had to be other players performing, but they had a significant portion of the puzzle pieces just lining up in place, right? You have Impulse as well, having some big rounds. Artis as well. Everybody was contributing in some capacity on the side of Fierce, and Vexed, they did rely pretty heavily on the likes of Adam to step up in pretty crucial moments. Eccles as well. King Mezzi started to come online towards the end as well, but took a while to get there.
It really felt like, even though Vex have great individuals, they were just being outmatched a lot of the times. Impulse having great displays of skill. We've seen Fry stepping up in big ways. Astra was even having these great runs in the anti-eco. So, pretty crazy stuff across the board. And Fierce, they'll just be very confident moving forward after a win over Vex.
Yeah, and this is a game in which Vexed felt like they had so many advantages, right? They exploited the mid boost quite a few times. There were so many flanking opportunities for them as well. But Fierce do them one better. And it's the... I suppose having that advantage coming into the half, where they felt like they still had momentum even though they didn't win the half altogether, I mean, you could just see how confident they were in taking some of those fights and taking some of those risks in the mid game.
Yeah. Well, after all those matches, let's take a look at the results just to remind ourselves. It's been a long day. Endpoint started things off with a 16-5 win over the Pensioners on Vertigo. Pretty disappointing for the Pensioners.
Yeah, we thought that might be a bit of a pocket pick for Pensioners. Maybe they had something planned, but... Endpoint looked really clean on that map. And then a surprising second map, and we saw how Diabolus were able to get a grip against Veloce.
They finally get their first win. They've come close a lot of times, but finally they get their win over Veloce. Over on the train side of things, a pretty unpredictable game, I would say. We didn't really know what to expect coming into it, but a 16-13 win from Windenrin over Horus. Very close indeed, and pretty impressive stuff from Horus after resetting from their poor performance last week. And over in our final game, the game to watch, definitely delivered, but Vex, you know, they'll be very disappointed.
Yeah, they will feel like they should have won that in multiple different instances, but I mean, they have to give respect where respect is due. They know Fierce is a tough opponent, and they did well.
Well, let's take a look at how those affect the group standings, though. Fierce remain undefeated at the top of 14 points. Endpoint move into 2nd place, and Vex fall to 3rd.
Yeah, Endpoint are close, but they also played one less game so far. I think that's still to be scheduled at some point in the future, so there's still the chance that they take the spot away from Fierce.
Yeah, Endpoint are certainly looking pretty strong, aren't they?
Yeah, so long as they don't take an overtime win, they'll have 1 point over Fierce.
Yeah.
Things are all said and done.
Well, obviously, Diabolus do get their first win as they move up in the scoreboard to get 4 points. But obviously, I feel like Horus, they're going to continue this weak performance.
Yeah, I don't think there's even a chance that they make it out of the groups.
I don't think so. Well, we're going to take a look at next week's schedule. We have got some more games coming up, obviously, next week, same time. And well, Windsor will take on Veloce in our opening matchup. Diabolus versus Horus. That should be an interesting one.
Yeah, another tough one to call. And then the next game, that I don't doubt that's going to be the match to watch, right?
That's the match to watch. That has to be the one to watch, right? That's the real tiebreaker to find which team actually goes ahead.
Yeah, and remains undefeated because both of them haven't had a loss yet, right? Similar story to the game we just witnessed.
Well, Vexed will look to try and come back against the Pensioners. After a very disappointing performance today, the Pensioners will be looking to bounce back against Vexed. But we are going to go and obviously take a look at these matches next week. And what I'm really looking forward to seeing is whether or not Fierce can keep this level of consistency up again. You know, the online portion of the league, this is something they just masters of, it seems. Yeah,
I mean, last season it was dominant. We saw such confidence coming in. We had these little pre-game snippets, these pre-game interviews. And like, yeah, we're not even sweating about it. We did so well in groups. And then comes to the semifinals, a huge shock in what occurred, right? Losing out. That was unacceptable, I think, from their point of view.
Well, we've had lots of crazy plays today, but one really stood out, and of course that is the play of this week. It's actually Brody who is awarded this one. He had a pretty incredible 1v4.
Yeah, and we harped on it before, how smart it was to push past just that ramp position, because Horus had no idea that he was going to be up so close, and even the fact that he's able to come away with the frag in the end. Even if he doesn't get that last kill, he's won the round for the Wind and Rain side, and just great ability and great presence of mind to take a forward position. Yeah,
but there's actually a 4K there. The incredible stuff from Brody, finding all 4 of the kills. The clutch coming through. Actually taking the leg shot, which was the scary part, right? You could have very easily dropped, but having the Molotov, that was kind of the insurance policy.
Yeah, I mean, if Brody's able to consistently perform, I mean, that team could be dangerous. Same with Swaggy. A lot of those players can deliver big numbers, but sometimes do fall a bit short. It all remains to be seen. It's still the growing period, it feels like, for Wind and Rain.
Well, we had a big play there from Brody, a very good play, right? Yeah. Something's not so good, but is an honourable mention for the play of the week, is, of course, losing a 1v0. It's very difficult to do.
Yeah, I mean, watching this back again, it
hurts my brain.
Please, get on the ball. I know we can't change the past, but please,
I don't know why.
Even if it started defusing there, I mean, it would have been like a nice attempt at least, like, oh, I've just realized.
Yeah,
but
it's like, how does your teammates not see that?
You
have 5 teammates.
Nobody see?
Yeah, it is pretty ridiculous, and I don't think we're ever going to see that. Well, in the future, I don't think we're going to see that for a very long time.
I hope not.
I hope not. I absolutely hope not. Seems to be something that lower bomb site on Nuke. We see with G2, the best teams in the world mess up there.
I mean, that's part of the reason the bomb makes a different noise on the A and the B bomb site, but I don't think people have actually trained their ears to listen to it because it still happens consistently.
Well, that leaves nothing else but to thank the sponsors for making the show possible. Of course, it's Intel, AOC, and of course, PaySafeCard. Thanks to all the production involved as well, and for you and me stepping in to help out with hockey sickness. Thank you very much for joining us all. Tune in next week. We've got the rest of the action coming up here in the ESL Premiership.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
That is absolutely stunning! They are the champions!